but I was in New York City, and I was like, I need to really attend this class. I got like the 25th and 26th.
You're not coming to the retreat, are you? You're traveling, yeah.
My very best friend,
No. Yes. I think we haven't finalized it yet.
That'll be awesome. Are you going to the retreat?
I haven't decided.
I'm a digital person too.
I'm
I'm
going to talk about this on Thursday, but there's a food show that would be beneficial for me to go to in Atlanta. And the bonus is my grandparents live outside of Atlanta, so I get to see them. But I feel like it's 2 weekends away from, because I'd have to go on a Saturday, come back Monday from...
To go to Atlanta?
Yeah.
On Saturday and come back
Yeah,
Monday?
so I feel like it's kind of 2 weekends away in the same month for Tony to be a single dad. But, I mean, if you guys are going, I could be influenced too.
I'm going. Krista's not. But I'll still work on influence.
Okay.
We're just going to go.
I'll go. I don't have to.
We're just going to go see the
Decided I have not.
All right, well, we need to. Cole, you're gonna get some ideas, baby.
That's what it is. I just don't. At this point, I don't want to.
But I mean, like, what is that? She did public forward.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Gonzalez. I'm your Ignite Chair for this year, and super excited to be here. This is our second meeting of the year. I'm going to take a few minutes to do a brief introduction before I get into the learning material with Rob. One quick note. I want everyone to be aware that we are actually recording this session for a number of different reasons. So I asked, hopefully they put enough makeup on me where I come out okay on camera. But no, we're recording this because we want to create an introductory video so new members can understand the type of content, the type of discussion, the type of dialogue that's going to be taking place in here. We're not going to release the whole video, but just little snippets of it as a for promotional purposes. So, that being said, I want to spend a little bit of time just to do a brief introduction, about 10 minutes or so, and then I'll get into the material with Rob. So a brief word. We are very fortunate to have one of our sponsors. Smith Robertson is a law firm. They are experts in law related to real estate, trial, and arbitration, natural resources. If you have any questions related to any legal aspects or legal challenges that you're faced with at your business, they're the company to turn to. I know several Ignite members and EO members are using their resources now. Typically, we'll have one of two participants or partners who will attend these sessions. David Hartman will be here in about an hour or so. His expertise in real estate, land use, and environmental law. And then Kathleen, who you guys have probably seen from time to time in these sessions in Accelerator or in the last session, will also be in attendance. And so if you guys have any questions on their services, they've certainly covered the gamut between Fortune 500 companies all the way to startups and mid-sized businesses. So again, we appreciate and thank their participation in the program. So last month, I did a brief introduction of some of our leadership members. I took the courtesy of grabbing their pictures from the web. So just thought I'd like to put a face to some of the leaders behind this. Remember, the Ignite program is a entrepreneur or a volunteer-led organization. And without the volunteers of the program, this would not be possible. So obviously, Rob Lynch is our facilitator. As the Ignite chair, we've got Tim Hamilton as our learning chair. Cole is actually up there to the top. He is our membership. Brooke Schaaf, I don't think he's here, but he is our sponsorship chair. Don Wellington, communications. And then we've got Denise Villa, which is our retreat chair, and then Andy Meadows, who is our...
On his way.
Sorry?
Who's just parking.
Who is on his way. So these are kind of the committee members, and then in addition to that, we also have the accountability groups. So the accountability groups are, there's currently 4 mentors that are running this program that are assisting Andy. That would be Jeff Carpenter, Corey Bell, Jeff is up there.
Hey, if you got an email from me in the last couple of days that you're in my accountability group, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. 50%, that's not bad. Nice to meet you all.
All right. Well, thank you, Jeff. And then we've got Corey Bell, who doesn't look like he's here, but he will be in attendance periodically at some of these events. Bill Harrison. Bill's traveling. So, and then we've got Bill Hewer. Currently, right now, we've got 6 members slotted for 3 of the accountability groups, which is excellent. So we've got our next class of participants will then be placed into a new program, as I understand it, or a new mentor with Bill Hewer at the helm. So right now, the accountability groups have been assigned, and we'll continue to work with your mentors to go through some of the content that Rob has kind of outlined for us, as well as talk about the challenges that you're faced with in your business or personal lives.
And if for the 3 of you, if you want out of my group and you'd rather be with the guy holding the fish, that's okay. Totally get it.
Yeah, we'll fish at that. It almost looks like that fish sings, right? So, a few things I wanted to mention. Upcoming EO Ignite events. So Don has done a fantastic job of compiling a list of events that are not only for the Ignite members, but are also where Ignite members can attend other EO events. So they're EO-led meetings or events where Ignite members can participate and attend. And so we've sent that out to you earlier this month. We'll continue to communicate that dialogue as we update the events going forward. So their Growth Institute is offering a seminar, What Got You Here Won't Get You There, on Friday. There's a breakfast meeting with Joe Tranwell, the EO Ignite Retreat, which I'll talk to you about here in a few minutes. Family Entrepreneur Day, 5 Languages of Love, family events, and Breakfast of Champions. So each one of these, we've sent an email to this effect, including how to RSVP and sign up for it. So please do so. We'll continue to communicate with you on a bi-weekly or monthly basis. So I think these are the most recent ones that I captured from here, from the event.
They are. So just to be clear, so we RSVP to Emma, correct?
The RSVP goes to Emma, except for the Growth Institute.
Okay.
Which is an Eventbrite at Marshall Goldsmith in Austin.
Okay.
And that's 9 a.m., correct?
That is at 9 a.m., correct? That's correct. So these are the current events that we have going on. We'll continue to communicate that with you as we go forward. And so if there's any questions, I'd be able to answer any questions, as would anyone else. Yes?
Just want to say, 5 Love Languages, that's Dr. Gary Chapman, the guy who wrote the book?
That is my understanding, yes.
That's amazing. That book helped my wife and I tremendously.
Awesome.
That is an amazing. I can't believe I'm going to meet this guy.
You're going to be able to meet him. That is the advantage.
He just made the video.
That's awesome.
So those are the types of programs that we're looking, and speakers that we're looking to bring into the Ignite program. So the whole idea behind EO Austin, this is the year of the entrepreneur. And the Year of Entrepreneur doesn't just consist of EO members. It consists of the EO Ignite program, and that's what we're here today to talk about. So we are truly interested in taking your business to the next level, and it all starts with this program. And you can see here with the type of dialogue. In fact, let's talk about the retreat. So the retreat is currently scheduled from October 24th to October 26th. Now, the times are to be determined at this point. So it hasn't been, the schedule or the agenda has now been complete. But we have selected the venue, and we're excited to announce that we have the same mansion that we had from last year. And so how many people attended last year's retreat? 2, 3. Okay. So in just 2 words, give me, what is the house like?
Holy crap.
Holy crap, I could not have said it any better than that. So the house is amazing. It is owned by the former CEO of Curves International. So you think about that, Curves International, this is a 10,000 franchise-owned business. And they found that. And they're willing to donate their house for our cause. And so that is going to be held at Lake Travis, October 24th to October 26th. Please put that down in your calendar. A few things to note for the retreat that always comes up. This is a retreat, and attendance for the entire program is mandatory, which will include a 2-night overstay at the house. So there's no leaving and coming back. Once you're at the house, you're at the house. So although it's in Lake Travis, which is about 45 minutes away from downtown, you have to attend and you have to stay the entire time. Otherwise, you're not able to attend. And can someone give me, who's attended last year, why we have that rule in place?
It's intense.
It's intense. Why is it intense?
Because we were busy from beginning to end.
We were very good. And so what I've done is I've given you an agenda, a sample agenda that we had from last year to articulate how jam-packed it is. And it's not just the learning content that is covered that's just amazing. We bring in great speakers on different subjects. But in addition to that, we also have roundtable discussions, dialogue at dinner, dialogue, playing poker. All of those things come into effect. And you can't capture that by just simply attending for the learning and leaving for the evening. So that's why attendance is mandatory for the entire session, and no guests are allowed. So it's only for the Ignite member to attend the session. So right now, it's only for Ignite members. To the extent that we have enough spots, we're going to allow the learning committee or the Ignite member committee leaders to attend. And then from there, we'll consider other things. But for right now, it's only Ignite members at this time. So last year we had several things. We had Karen Kopp, who focused on the path to cash and overcoming objections. We also had Rob Lynch, focused on people, strategy, and execution. We also had a panelist type discussion where we brought in people who talked about some of the context that we had. Last year, the attendance was great. We had some people back out at the last minute because of the logistics, but again, it's one of the highest rated opportunities that we can offer for Ignite members. The other thing that I wanted to mention is a few other initiatives that we're working on right now. The first of which is what I'm calling the member expectations. So each one of you is signed up because you have an interest in propelling your business to above $1 million. That's everyone's goal. And so we're here, remember, this is a volunteer-led organization, so we're here to make sure that we give you the skill sets, we give you the learning, the knowledge base in which to propel your business to $1 million. The only thing that we ask in return is that you are committed to the program, because we're committed to you. So what that means is attendance in your accountability sessions and attendance at these learning day events, and participation to the extent that you have time on either the leadership committee or other planning events in the future. And so what we're going to be doing in addition to that would be the things that Rob asks of you in advance of the sessions. So looking at the homework assignments, being knowledgeable of the material in advance of what we're going to be covering, and so forth. Again, we're here to help you guys, and we are thriving on your interest and assurance that you have that interest in mind. In addition to that, we're going to be sending out an all-member survey, and that all-member survey should be coming out in the next few weeks. It will just be a kind of a snapshot as to what your experience has been like in the Accelerator program, just to set a baseline and to where we're going, and we'll also do it again probably at the end of the year. So that will be coming in the next few weeks. And then in addition to that, we're working on some collateral. So we're working on formalizing the newsletter. We're working on some identity package for the Ignite program, which will include a website and other possibly social media in the future. So those are all things that we're working on behind the scenes, in addition to obviously what the fantastic content that Rob has put together for us.
Anthony?
Yes.
Can you clarify, go back. Can you clarify those top 2 bullet points?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I kind of breezed through them. Thank you, Jeff. So the first one has to do with the accountability groups. So most accountability groups will have a constitution in some form or fashion. And what we're asking of people is one miss. So usually if anyone misses more than once, then it's up to the group or mentor to allow that member back into the group or not. So that's something that the accountability groups are going to be setting each and every one of them. The mentor is going to be, leading that effort. And so we're running those accountability groups as if we were operating as a forum for EO. In EO, we have forums, and it's the same thing that we ask of forum members. If you're going to participate, participate. And so that's what we ask of that. The second one is the monthly meetings. So these are the Learning Day events, and these are hugely important to propel your business to the next level. Again, we're committed to you, so we ask you guys to, in turn, commit to us. And so we think missing more than 2 meetings for the entire year is going to be subject to re-invitation back into the program. And so we need to take those considerations into context and discuss that. But we understand that everyone has, a company to run. Everyone has personal or family commitments, and things come up. And those aspects just need to be communicated with us. And so those are some of the things that we're working on as we engage new members and as we talk to our current members going forward. Yes?
Are the monthly meetings going to always be on Tuesday, or is there a chance that they could be considered for other days besides Tuesdays?
Good question. Unfortunately, at this time, we've locked in the venue, we've locked in the facilitator, we've locked in the content. So we've laid out the entire curriculum for the next year. So Tuesdays, it's a challenge to meet everyone's calendar, as you can imagine. Any other questions?
Yeah, Anthony, just to follow up, you touched on the EO forum experience for the people who haven't been around that, and how seriously that's taken, and how I'm glad it's cascading to, down to these accountability groups. But everybody, all the EO members that are in here, we are in forums, and people take this stuff very seriously. We have people who, Cole and I are in forum together, and it's a great experience, and what makes it great is that people, they show up. People fly in from out of the country or out of state. They come in from vacations. They leave their vacations and fly in for these meetings and then return to their vacations.
Right.
So people take this stuff very, very seriously. And obviously one of the big goals of this program is for everybody in here to promote up to EO qualification level and become part of that experience. So I just wanted to reinforce what you were saying about how important attendance is and how seriously it's taken and should be taken, because people are dedicating their time to help you, and you should respect that time. So
that's absolutely right. Thank you for bringing that up. I myself have done that. I've flown in to attend a forum meeting, and I've committed to forum members as much as I am to committed to my business, and I'll do anything for my forum members and so forth. So it's very, very valuable. They're friendships that you will have for the rest of your life, no doubt about it. Any other questions before I hand over the baton to Rob? All right. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Rob?
Hello, everybody. Welcome back, and for those of you, I'm glad you can make it. For those of you who are here for the first time, my name is Rob Lynch. Does anybody remember what we talked about last week, the marathon versus the sprint?
Yes.
Dawn?
Yeah.
You want to embellish?
I guess kind of the obvious of just that with business in general that I do feel like it's a journey that we're going down, and it is more of a marathon and a long distance over a sprint to get there. Although media would always lead you to believe that everybody got it there by sprinting, and I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, building your business, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. And what we talked about is the framework that you're going to be taught over this year is the same thing. Anthony said that he's been at this for years. And it does take years to put a framework in place in order to have a successful growth company. But the key thing is to take it in baby steps. If this is the first time you're really seeing this type of framework before, it's really important to not get overwhelmed and to understand that you really just have to put one foot in front of the other. We plan this entire year with the key things that we believe that you need to learn in order to be successful. So just want to do some review from last week. Part of the homework for the Ignite members was to be prepared to talk about one thing that you were able to put in place since our last session as it relates to the content of core purpose and core values. And do you mind going first, since you were talking to me about that before the session started, in terms of one thing you did?
Yes, I was pretty impressed by that clip from
Simon Sinek.
Simon Sinek,
Yeah.
and I have shared that within the company. Everybody liked it. We are revamping our website and wanted to make sure that those principles were implemented. And in addition to that, I was on at the building science symposium in Boston a week after that or two, and have shared the same thing with some people who are in marketing and sales, and they were pretty impressed with the concept. So I felt like that session has really profound impact on me and my business. Somehow it grabs me to see the same principles how other people implement it. I see that thing. I was in Hampton Inn last night. By the way, I came from vacation earlier so I can be here.
Nice.
So I would, for example, love a gas station. If you can see, love gas station full of trucks and cars and Chevron empty right next to it. Well, I kind of looked into their ads and how they have that system implemented what they do and how they approach their customers. So it was more than I really understood after the session was over. I have to say that.
Good. Okay. Anybody else from the Ignite group that would like to share? Anything that you put in place since our last session related to either core values or core purpose?
I created a core purpose.
You did?
I didn't have one. Yeah. And it's helped. I just had it thanks to my accountability group the last few days, and it's definitely helped me personally and professionally.
Great.
I had kept it to myself, and I shared it with my managers to make sure that they were on board, and if there was anything we needed to adjust with it. And then we've been doing some interviews, so we've actually started to ask some of the candidates about their core values, and we're about to start our evaluations, and we'll be doing that with reviewing our staff.
And those are candidates to bring into the company?
Yeah, and then the evaluations for existing staff on board.
Good. That's great. Anybody else want to share an experience they had since the last session?
Fired someone.
Okay. Can you tell us about it?
All right. That's a big deal. Way to go.
Those of us who are in her accountability group are.
I guess the other question before you go into that is, does anybody remember the one thing that in the entire year, if you only remembered one thing, what your most important job is? That you have to have the right people in the right seats, doing the right things rightly. If you only remember one thing in this entire year as leaders, that is the most important job that you have. You want to talk about what happened?
I think it was coming over the past few 4 months. I saw a sign in that particular employee, and she just started to go against everything as far as the core values, coming at me, being very combative. I think I was in denial for a little bit, but as my group can attest to. So I finally did what needed to be done, and a weight has been lifted.
That's great. Did other employees say, what were you waiting for? That usually happens. Anybody else want to share, even from EO?
Well, I'd already had my core values done, but I wasn't actually implementing it on my new hire process. So I actually I asked a question on our new hire process, and that has changed how much time we're spending on qualifying new people.
That's great.
So it's been
Yeah,
great.
I mean, if they don't align, gone fast.
I learned something pretty profound from our friend Carrie Pruitt, who was very generous to share a presentation about Guns and Oil, his emerging business, which is just like a rocket ship. He did a presentation and he used the word brand values as opposed to core values. I think, as I suggested during the meeting last time, it's difficult for me to look in a mirror and see the things about me that maybe many of you guys see. I don't have objectivity. It's difficult to access objectivity if I'm thinking about my core. But if I'm thinking about my brand as an entity, almost like a human that my customers are going to have a relationship with, I could define the values that brand needs to commit to in order to deliver the value that makes us astonishing to our clients. And that was a breath of fresh air, and I was able to come up with like 4 or 5 very crystal clear values that just it makes perfect sense.
Great.
So thank you for that insight, Carrie.
Great, thank you. Anybody else?
So one of the things you went through is a couple of the tests to see if you're living the core values. So a couple of things you said was it's the senior leadership, right? The CEO or owner, like I am. We have that primary responsibility. And are we living it? Because it starts with us. Right. And then you talked about the test. You said, would you fire an offender? And would you take a financial hit? Is it alive amongst your people today? And so when I look at those three, especially when is it alive amongst the people, I had to ask myself, is it alive amongst me? Mm-hmm. Right. So similar, I fired somebody as well. This was my top revenue producer. $1 million is what I'm going to lose, but it's the best thing I've ever done.
I told a similar story, if you recall, last week, that one of the companies I was running was the top revenue producer, and we had no choice. We had to let it go. And it was the best thing that we could have done. Anybody else want to share?
This has nothing to do with my business, but I teamed up with some people and created a charitable foundation, and in defining where we wanted to take it, I led them through a core mission exercise to figure out what was going to be the primary guidance as to how we choose to give.
How'd it go?
It clarified things a lot, and I think getting people to step away from individual charities that they're interested in and step back to why, and finding the common ground between all of us is to coming to a group consensus on what the core mission is was really I think was really important, and then that gives us something to launch off of moving forward, so that when there's ever any question of do we want to do this or that, we go back to that route. And we're still going through the process, but it created a really strong foundation.
Great. Anybody else want to share? Okay, good work. All right, well, let's, so last week we talked about people. Today we're going to talk about strategy. And if you recall, your strategy is all about your top-line revenue growth. And that, for the most part, if you have the right strategy, you're going to be growing. It's all about getting your next dollar of revenue coming in. Now, when I say for the most part, if you don't have the people right, that's going to get in the way of your revenue growth. And while strategy is complex, so there is no doubt about it, it's critical that you can state it simply, so that all employees understand what your business strategy is in one sentence or a phrase, so that they understand what it is that they're supposed to be doing, and just as important, what it is that they're not supposed to be doing. So what I would like everybody to do right now is take about 3 minutes and write down what you believe is your business strategy in either one sentence or one phrase. It'll take about another minute. Okay, so let's talk about that. When Jack Welch was running GE, what he used to say is that strategy is not this lengthy action plan. It's basically an evolution of a central idea through constantly changing circumstances. Now, there's two things here. One is there's a central idea that you have to your business strategy, and the second part is constantly changing. And when he would brief the analysts, he would talk about that your strategy, his strategy, is only as good as his last encounter with the enemy. Meaning that he would have to change his strategy fairly constantly. And an analogy I like to use to put it in perspective is not from running a business. And for those of you who are at that big house, I thought the answer was why we were not allowed to leave was because of the whiskey. You may remember the story, but let's suppose that we all like to climb mountains, and we all like to climb really big mountains. And we decide that we're going to go climb Mount Kilimanjaro. So we do all of our training, we get our equipment, we do everything we need to do, and we show up at the base of the mountain on an agreed upon date. Well, our central idea is we want to get to the top of that mountain. And our strategy to get to the top of the mountain will be a series of base camps. So we're at the bottom of the mountain, and we put together our plan to get up to base camp number 1. So we execute it, we get to base camp number 1, everything works, and we go ahead, we pitch our tents, we have dinner, and before we go to sleep, we put together our strategy to get to base camp number 2. We wake up the next morning, and we find out that there was an ice storm. And the strategy to get to base camp number 2 is not going to work anymore, because that side of the mountain is all ice. And we're going to have to wear different clothes, we're going to have to use different equipment, or we might even decide, you know what, it's going to be too tough to take that side of the mountain, we're going to go find some other side where there is not ice. We're not going to give up on our central idea, but we are going to have to change our strategy. And that is absolutely important as leaders for us to understand and to make sure that we communicate to our employees that there's going to be this central idea to our strategy. It's an idea that we believe that we can focus on it and we can obsess over it, that we can build a very successful company, but along the way, we're going to have to change our strategy to get there. There are not many companies that go wire to wire with their original strategy. And I can't tell you that in the companies that I ran, how many times I would overhear somebody saying, they're changing their strategy again? Don't they know what the heck they're doing? And it's like, yeah, we are changing our strategy again because we have to. So there's nothing wrong with having to change your strategy. Because again, it happens to with the last encounter with the enemy, or the old saying that there's reality and then there's your plan, and reality always trumps plan. Now, who's this guy?
There he is. Iron Mike.
Mike Tyson. Right. Now, did you know before he got tattoos that he was in the executive coaching business? Now, he used to go around, and some of you have heard this, so let's see if others know it. He used to go around saying what Jack Welch said in different words, that your strategy is only as good as your last encounter with the enemy. Do you remember what his words for that?
Everybody's got a plan until the first punch gets thrown?
Yeah, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face. It's the same thing. In his company, he had to go 15 rounds. He had a strategy for every round. And if he got hit in the face, unless it was a glance, most likely he had to change his strategy just to get to that stool, to get through those 3 minutes, to get to the stool and talk to his trainer in terms of what's that next strategy for whatever that next round is. So it's reality. So let's talk about the central idea and then how you write your business strategy in one sentence or one phrase. When Welsh ran GE, so he was the CEO of GE for 20 years. He had been with GE prior to that. And when he became CEO, he decided that the central idea for GE under his leadership is that he wanted to dominate big markets. He almost quit GE before he became CEO because he was so frustrated that GE was everywhere in the world. They made every product. They were number one. They were last. You could go into Macy's at one point and buy a blender from GE, but they weren't very good, and they weren't one of the product leaders. So he decided that under his leadership, the central idea of their business strategy is that he wanted to dominate big markets. And from that, somebody in the marketing department took that concept and turned it into the slogan. Does anybody know what the slogan is? So we're either going to be number one, or we're going to be number two, or we're going to get out. Now, this was internal. He didn't publish this out on the GE website. But this was all internal. And if you owned a business unit or if you owned a product line, if it was not number one or number two, your job was to figure out what did you need to do to become number one or number two. And if you didn't think you could get to be number one or number two, you then developed a plan of, well, who could we sell the business to? Who could we sell this thing off to? And that was the focus in GE. Now, it was okay to be number two because they wanted to dominate not just any markets, but they wanted to dominate big markets. And you can be a number two player in a big market and life will still be good. So that's why you didn't have to be number one. But that was their focus. Everybody in GE understood we're either going to be number one or we're going to be number two, we're going to get out.
A question for you. So we talked in the past about kind of like vision and mission. And to me, this central idea seems like it kind of aligns with what would be a vision statement. Am I accurate or am I off base in thinking that?
Vision sometimes can go out 10 to 30 years, at least our definition of that.
Okay.
And this was his, the business strategy that he wanted to focus on year after year while he was CEO.
Okay.
Okay, so it doesn't have to necessarily align.
Okay, thank you.
But is what he felt he could build a big company over. Now, in the 20 years, when he came in, I mean, GE wasn't small. They were $21 billion. 20 years later, they were $131 billion. So in 20 years, through this focus, he grew the company $110 billion. Their market cap when he came in was $14 billion, and when he left 20 years later, it was $410 billion. So it was the focus while he was there. I'll give you another example. When Southwest Airlines was a startup, so this is when Herb Kelleher was doing it on a napkin, wherever the bar was. And he decided that the central idea of Southwest Airlines is that he wanted to build a profitable airline. The reason why he wanted to build a profitable airline, because back in 1970, similar to today, airlines struggled with profitability. And he said, I want the central idea of our business strategy to be profitable. I don't want to have to deal with the issue of not being profitable. So as part of the strategy, what they decided is that if they could have more airplanes flying than the competition, full, so they couldn't be half empty or half full. They had to be full airplanes and full of happy people, happy passengers, that they could win. So the whole thing in the profitability of that central idea is if we can have more airplanes in the air full of happy people, we're going to win. Their marketing department took that and came up with their one-phrase strategy of Wheels Up. Everybody in the company understood what Wheels Up meant. It was all about profitability. It was all about making sure you had the quick turns at the gate and everything that you needed to do to get airplanes in the air and the love that they provided, the fun, to be able to fill the plane with passengers because of some of their brand promise. But that was their focus. Everybody in When he came out with, what was that original fare from, was it San Antonio to Dallas, or Dallas, like $19? People thought he was nuts. I mean, that's why he wrote it right. People thought he was crazy. But he actually got everybody together and said, this is not a gimmick. We have to learn how to become profitable on $19 a ticket, otherwise we're going out of business. Everybody understood that the central idea to their business strategy was to build a profitable airline. Another example is Rackspace. Their central idea was customer service. It had nothing to do with technology. It had nothing to do with the 4 acronyms of RASP, reliability, availability, scalability, and performance. It had nothing to do with that. In fact, they refer to themselves as having dull technology. They would never say that to their clients, but they invested in technology that was going to be good enough. What they obsessed over, though, was customer service. And they turned that into something called fanatical support. Their marketing department then took that and wrote their 1-sentence business strategy of, and it's up on the board, it's up on the screen, that it's not about the servers, it's about the support. So the key thing in your business strategy, in your strategy, is to understand what's that central idea that you believe you can build a big business on, that if you focus, that you can grow and you can become successful. And if you take a look at this, there's nothing unique about it, right? I mean, wanting to dominate, right? Wanting to be the #1 player, or wanting to focus on customer service. Nordstrom's is the same thing. The central idea to Nordstrom's business strategy is they call customer care, or profitability. So whatever it is, innovation, time to market, whatever it is, it doesn't necessarily have to be unique to you, but your uniqueness is going to come in some of the things that we're going to be talking about in a few minutes here. So the ability to be able to write your business strategy in a sentence or a phrase is to first understand what is the central idea to your strategy. Now, what I would like everybody to do right now is, if you would turn to the handouts, and if you look at the one that's got the triangle in the middle, what I want you to do is, in the upper right-hand corner, just in the white space up there, I want you to write what's up on the board. What is the central idea of your business strategy? I don't want you to complete it. I don't want you to spend any time right now.
She needs a handout.
Oh,
Do you have any
sorry.
extras?
You have an effort too?
I only have one. Is Emma here? Is that an extra one?
Maybe upstairs. I think Emma took off. It's her daughter's birthday.
So I don't want you to write what you think your central idea to your business strategy is. I just want you to write that question in the upper right-hand corner of that sheet of paper that has the triangle in the middle. Does anybody happen to know what they think, or not what they think, but what is the central idea to the business strategy? Were you raising your hand?
Yes, I was raising my hand.
Okay.
That we help fine spirits get bought and loved in the state of Texas.
I'm sorry, say that again?
That we help fine craft spirits get bought and loved in the state of Texas.
So it's about finding? Tell me some more of that.
It's basically about letting the end user discover what a fine craft spirit is here in Texas. Our whole business strategy is around
Letting the end user, the customer, discover that.
Yeah, and hearing the story of that brand, of that passion of that
And by
brand.
focusing on that, you believe you can build a big business?
Absolutely.
Anybody else?
I want to try out some feedback. I think ours is about owning a stake in 100 software as a service companies.
Owning a stake in?
100 profitable software as a service companies, whether or not we partner with people to develop those software as a service companies or we build them ourselves.
So is that a BHAG?
the BHAG is to revolutionize 100 industries in the next 10, 20 years.
Okay. So help me, how are you, in order to achieve what you said earlier, what is it that you need to focus on in order to do that?
Finding entrepreneurs who have industry knowledge, very intimate knowledge of their industry, who see a better way for that industry to operate, who need a technology partner and a CTO essentially to outsource the engineering,
right,
to build a software as a service business that revolutionizes their industry.
Got it. And I don't want to, we're going to get into this in detail. I'm just curious. Anybody else think they?
Yeah. What I wrote down was to become the primary mobile interface between management and employees.
And what does that mean?
What does that mean? We are the interface layer between how managers interact with their employees. We can become the primary, for Fortune 500. And I try to keep it to as little words as possible.
Right.
Then that's a big market that we're serving.
Okay. All right. So hang on to your other thoughts. We are going to come back to this. Your central idea goes hand in hand with the next topic, which is the brand promise. And in the homework that you had, the question that I asked was, what is the biggest need that your economic buyer has that they're willing to write a check to get that need solved, and how are you uniquely positioned to solve that need? Because a key part of strategy is to understand what our uniqueness is, to be able to separate ourselves from the competition. But the key thing about the brand promise is to know who your economic buyer is, who your core customer is, what is their greatest need. And this is something that they need to have, not a nice to have. That they're in some level of pain, they're willing to write a check to get out of that pain, and then how do you uniquely solve that? Now, the other thing about the brand promise is that you have to be able to measure it. So while the brand promise might sound like a great slogan, you have to be able to measure it to make sure that you're living up to your brand promise. Because this is what your brand is promising. And you've got to make sure that you can deliver on what it is that you're promising. Otherwise, your customers vote with their feet. Now, let's talk about some examples. Southwest Airlines. So when they came to market, their central idea was, we want to have more, it's all about profitability. We can be profitable if we have more airplanes in the air full of people that are happy. So their lead promise was low fares. They promised us low fares. They also promised us lots of love, LUV, right? Lots of love, lots of fun. And they also promised us lots of flights. And those three things go hand in hand with what the central idea of their business strategy is, and it aligns with their one-phrase strategy of Wheels Up. In terms of rack space, remember, it was all about fanatical support. Their lead brand promise was, we will fix it in 1 hour. That's what they went to market with. Their second promise was, we will answer the phone in 3 rings or less with a human being. Now, one of the things that they did when they decided, because they were competing on reliability, availability, scalability, and performance. So hypothetically, I'm a sales rep. I go in and I go pitch Rackspace, and I offer the economic buyer that I can give you 99.99% availability. And in the afternoon, Tim Hamilton comes in. He's another competing sales rep, and he offers 99.999% availability. That's a tough business to be in. And that's when they made the decision that they were going to change their business strategy and compete on customer service. So one of it was, we're going to answer the phone in 3 rings or less. They actually ripped out all of their automated response units. So it forced humans to be able to answer. But that was the second promise, that humans are going to answer the phone in 3 rings or less. Their third promise was that when we answer the phone, we'll transfer you to the person who can answer your question in 1 transfer. Now, this is back in 1999. Think about today. I mean, I too just got back last night from vacation, or late Sunday night, through canceled flights. We still don't know where the luggage is. And I can't tell you how many times I called into a record where I'm platinum. And I certainly didn't feel the love and had to repeat myself 82 times. But that was one of their brand promises. That you call in, whoever answers the phone, they'll find the person who can answer in one question. Now, are those 3 brand promises measurable? Can you measure if it gets fixed in an hour? Yes. Yep. Can you measure if the telephone gets answered in 3 rings? Yep, the phone system can do that. And can you measure if there's only 1 transfer? They obsessed over these 3 metrics when they were a startup. In 1999, they had close to 0 revenue. 15 years later, they're over $1 billion company. They grew $1 billion by focusing on this. This is real.
Yeah. I don't know, just a little added color, because Lennon Napier, the CEO of Rackspace, is a big booster of entrepreneurs. And we got to go and tour the facility, and they helped us out with some kind of free gratis training. But that 3-ring philosophy is still real. And the way it works in their main headquarters in San Antonio is that you target a certain customer service rep, they get the ring. If they're not there, it jumps to a collective. It starts ringing in all of the conference rooms and collective areas. That's ring number 2. Ring number 3 is the CEO's office.
Yeah, so if you're in a conference room at Rackspace and the phone rings, watch the employees dive across the table to answer the phone.
It's going to the CEO on the 3rd ring.
The 3rd ring is going to the CEO, but it's a brand promise, and they have to measure it. But they obsess over these 3 metrics every week at their executive meeting to make sure that they can live up to their brand promise. Anybody? Starbucks is starting to write their brand promise on a little chalkboard by the barista bar. Anybody see it recently? I actually saw it when I was in Colorado. I don't think I've seen it in Austin. Just want to make sure that I read it properly. So their brand promise, it's written on a small chalkboard, is if your beverage is not made to your full enjoying, we will replace it with one that does. So basically, if we get it wrong, on our nickel, we'll go ahead and replace it. So the key thing is to figure out what is that big issue? What is the real issue that your economic buyer has that you can uniquely solve? And then the next component of that is, can you measure it? So the question is your brand promise bringing customers to you? Does it highlight your uniqueness?
Starbucks office, would you say that's measurable? That's pretty kind of subjective.
Well, they're going to measure how many times I have to redo it right. Yes.
Starbucks is kind of intriguing to me because I would almost say that's par for the course in any food establishment. I would think it would be the exception, not the rule, for something to be sort of redone.
I thought so too, but then it's how many of their competitors is it truly written down? The thing about the brand promise is that not only do you have to communicate it, but do you have to measure it? And a lot of times, customers will vote with their feet. They're silent. They're upset about something. So they're doing that on purpose to, in case they would ever lose something, because it didn't taste the way that they wanted.
It really moves into, that might do anyway, it's just really marketing at that point.
It's their brand promise. It's their message. Your brand promise is your marketing message out to the marketplace. Yes. Right. And the thing about the brand promise is, if the customer, if the competitors start to copy it and they can do the same thing, then they're going to have to change it. But they're taking that step to actually put a sign out there. So what I want to do right now is let's go back to that sheet, and we're gonna and thank you for the feedback from the last session. One of the things we're going to do is work individually. Then we're going to break up into small groups, which was part of the feedback. And somebody did ask, could we get these slides ahead of time? And the answer to that is yes. Having gotten back very late, I simply didn't have time to be able to get them out. But what I want you to do right now is take 3 to 5 minutes, and part of the homework assignment was to identify what you felt was your lead brand promise, and then 2 supporting promises. So I want you to go ahead and either copy that onto this page, or if you've heard something different, go ahead and make changes to that. But I also want you to spend some time thinking about what is the central idea of your business strategy? What is that thing that you're going to focus on that goes hand in hand with your brand promise? But the other question is, if you look at the left-hand side of this sheet, your brand promise has to be unique. It has to address how you're different than the competition. And then if you look at that second bullet is, can you measure it? So the other thing I want you spending time on is, while you're doing this alone, are you measuring it today? Or if you're not measuring it today, can you measure it? Is there some way that you can measure whether or not you're fulfilling your brand promise? Question back there? No? Okay. So just on your own right now, before we break into small groups, let's take 3 to 5 minutes and write down what you believe your lead brand promise is. And if you have supporting promises, the promise number 2, the promise number 3, and then answer the question of, is it unique? Does it differentiate yourself? Can you measure it? And then also give some thought to, what is that central idea? Is it customer service? Is it innovation? Is it market dominance? What is it that you're going to is it operational excellence? Is it to have the best product or the best service or the best value? Think about that central idea, give some thought to that, and jot that down as well. And then we'll spend about 5 minutes on our own, and then we're going to break up into small groups.
I'm also like, okay, so to me, I still like that the vision is 30 years, but okay, so my vision is to be the go-to marketing firm for B2B tech companies. And also to be able to 10 years or 20 years, right? Okay. My central idea being deliver exceptional marketing services to help B2B companies connect with prospective customers. And then my strategy to get there would be always providing exceptional service and results, staying focused on B2B tech, staying focused on the core marketing things that we're really good at, is not in ancillary services. To me, that feels right, and I don't really get further. And then on this brand promise, so that I'm stuck on that, should I just ask him to come over? Yeah, maybe. Rob, do you mind helping me for a minute, please? Thank you. So, I just want to make sure I'm following this because I feel like I have a bunch of terms running through my head. Okay. So my vision is to be a go-to marketing firm for B2B tech companies in Austin. Sorry, I'm touchscreen. It's pain in the butt. And then, so good. How about you? So from there is our central idea is exceptional marketing services to help B2B companies connect with prospective customers. Strategy together. Yeah. And then I kind of feel like my brand promise is to deliver exceptional service and results. Because that addresses for the buyer and addresses the need.
I love
Well, that's okay.
So
I do not want those touchscreen.
central idea of we sponsored
Oh, right here. Deliver exceptional
for shots. Which is like
Okay.
That's pretty cool.
Oh,
Makes sense with guns and oil.
no, you didn't. Yeah, here were the your three bullet points. Okay,
Take my
so
steps under my
I'm
fall.
stuck.
Oh, sweet.
So how would I
had a
make
good
that?
time. We met up with my
So
in-laws
if it's
and stuff. We went to a couple Rangers games.
In front of everybody?
Nothing.
Okay.
Okay, what I want everybody to do right now is to pair up into group of fours. And I want you to share
Wanna be four?
what
Yes.
you believe you have or what you wrote down to the central idea to your business strategy. If you're unclear of it, there are 3 central ideas to a lot of companies' business strategies, and I'm not saying that this has to be yours, but it can either be around customer service. So we talked about Rackspace, took that to something called fanatical support. Nordstrom's took it to a whole other level, right? So if you say customer service, that's fine for now. You're going to need to figure out, though, how do you make that, how do you make that unique? So 3 general central ideas of strategy can be around, one is around customer service, another one could be around operational excellence. In terms of how you deliver, right? And the excellence operationally inside your company and how that allows you to perform in the marketplace. The other one could be around being the best, having the best product or the best service or providing the best value. Now, these are just markers, right? It could be innovation. But if that can help you start to hone on what you believe the central idea to your business strategy is. So what I want you to do is let's take 10 minutes and break out into groups of 4 and talk about what you believe the central idea to your strategy is, and then just your lead brand promise. But when you talk to your group about your lead brand promise, I want you to talk about it in terms of how it is solving the greatest need of your economic buyer and how it identifies or it speaks to what your uniqueness is, and then how do you measure it? And it's okay if you're not measuring it today, but how can you start to measure it? Okay? So let's just break it to 4. Let's take 10 minutes as a group and do that as a group exercise, and then we'll come back together.
Photos right here.
Something.
Okay.
So where was your brand promise, the first one you showed me?
Well, the direction I was headed. Really nice to meet you.
Are you? No, I'm not a brand expert. I just want to hear what you're
say that, David.
That's what I'm hearing. Congrats.
Well, I mean, that's kind of a key message we use right now. But we have the ability to back it up because, like, we have net promoter scores and that type of stuff.
Between the 4 broad categories that talk about customer service,
What do you got?
excellence, innovation, mine.
Okay. So for us, we're going to help you generate more leads. You know, it's
how much we emphasize this model where you can partnership
yeah.
product without
They generally
going
want to
back
generate
and
more
stuff.
leads, and they don't have the expertise.
How do you measure?
So that gets us into excessive focus on operational excellence.
On the funnel from beginning to end.
On that, I'm not really sure. The brand promise, you know, we had a client that used to a huge event this weekend.
You know, see, that's a hard thing for me because I'm a very black and white person, and it's completely different by each different engagement. You know, if we're driving everything, we can do a lot, and if we're doing one off project, we might not do.
That's not acceptable. A developer needs to do it faster. He's in front of 20,000 people.
Probably because in most of their cases, they're not doing it.
That feels like a complete violation.
They just don't have expertise.
So it's like always take a call.
Okay, I mean, that's totally fine.
That's as far as I go.
The issue is
always take your calls.
I would make your promise very specific about
So the strategy is we have a call tree that basically escalates the call all the way up and my phone's on do not disturb right now.
And it's not just, I wouldn't think it's
We
just
spend
for
a lot of
donors,
time, like,
it's faster or higher ed, there's donors of every kind.
This is something mutual, like, mistake, you know?
Okay.
We're not experts.
We want to be the best, we want to do this, we want to do that.
I don't know how it's measurable.
It's
He'll
tell me the right
Down to 3 words.
I thought the same thing. Okay, so we're a family-owned business that has been around for 34 years. And it's very simple distribution business. Part of it's manufacturing. It took me a very long time to come up with something to do the things use it for everything. And I can only came up with this last year.
That's true.
My brand promise is transformation of products to enable customers.
Our perspective is just
Part of the business is we manufacture and sell boxes of wiping rags. So we take things that are not good enough for Goodwill, cut it up and sell it to paint shops and judge.
And these particularly mean something different.
We started off by selling fiberglass raw materials for building boats and shelters.
I would say usually
Materials. Some people never solid. Some people and then
Are we doing what we said we would do, so we have a process?
you sell and enable somebody else to build things.
How did you phrase that? What did you say?
Finding them the right product.
By providing a service to
When I go with my dad, they're fucking. They're like darlings for us.
Half the time they don't want to go through When we started, there was no internet. We're quirky, we're fun, we're bringing somebody something, but now you can go on and you can get an overload of information, and you don't know what.
Well, I did mine totally different. I'm going to change it. I had basically said, give time back to my clients to focus on what is important to them, business growth, their families. But I didn't know how to measure that.
But it's not going to get you here.
That's more like my elevator,
you know. So it's
kind of,
we understand the market, but we're struggling a little bit with we are, you know, if you're looking at
I was thinking that when you were talking to him.
messages and strategy and
I agree. I agree. Okay. I was thinking that when you were talking to him.
And fiberglass, I started a business in 1980 that was built builders within the city limits of Austin.
But I guess these conversations come up with your team at different times. Your core purpose you're living every day, and your strategy because you're talking about in certain meetings. But I
to jumble together with the time.
Oh yeah, there was
no, me too.
Glastron,
Right.
Higginbotham. And Vader was at it, getting to me like
I feel like in some ways,
The other thing is that face-to-face is an
okay.
I don't know how much is applicable.
Could it be something like we will
should
always, you know, everything that we customize and make whatever will always be focused on your bottom line goals, or
Yeah, so is that
wouldn't I use the same
and we haven't even
as I would for a Right. Right. That's what I'm getting. Right.
And you just feel like you're recreating the wheel.
Yes.
Yeah. And we haven't even talked about vision and mission, really.
I wonder if that's the biggest difference in the
This is so random, but you sent out an email to a dream list, and my subject line was, "How did you sleep last night?" And I've got no response back from that email. Some just like, we don't need you. Some, somebody picked up the phone and called, whatever. But it's an emotion thing. People buy on emotion. So I'm talking this through, and I don't know, but that resonated with people. You're an entrepreneur. You're probably not. Okay.
Something's made me do that. And so that talks about satisfaction. We can see the results that we're achieving. Like leads generated or increases in, we can do a lot of measurements on that. And what I really should do is more like generate something.
Okay.
Just every other market out there.
Right.
This is the hardest.
Right.
So that's
pretty cool.
I'm just saying, he's probably right.
No, but that's not
I
exciting.
buy into it.
Right. Right.
Sorry. Come over here.
Okay. Yes, correct. What did Don do? Because Don would be similar to yours, right? What's yours? He said it's still too. He likes it, but it's just. This is what we've been saying for a while. We promise you will be so satisfied with the value and results we generate that you will wonder how you ever got along without us. But he says it's still not like, we will answer the phone in 3 rings kind of thing. Like, it still needs to be more measurable than that. And one of the things I was going back to with mine, or just with my team in general, is that, we provide customized, and like we provide and execute customized strategies to make sure, and it's the 3 pillars of helping entrepreneurs grow their business, drive revenue, and sleep better at night. And I was talking, because there's like a Darling the Giant noise in town. I was like, they've got the cool factor we'll never have. We'll never be the coolest agency. If you're going just for cool, I was like, because nobody ever talks about the results they get. They just talk about how cool they are.
Right.
And
Why are they cool though?
They're cool because they're out and about in town. They're at the W. They're here. They're going to events. They're just, people know that, and they've got cool brands with them. But they've got brands of people who care about the cool factor. They don't necessarily. Ego's ahead of results. Does that make sense? And I can say that confidently because I get all their pitches. Emily does, because she's a blogger. So they pitch and they blind carbon copy. There's nothing tailored. It's just a mass pitch each time, and I cringe and I'm like, they've even called us for strategy about a former client that left us to go over there. Remember Mr. Cool Guy wanted the coolest agency in town. So I know what they're doing, and the whole point is I was like, if people want cool, they need to go there. If they want somebody who knows entrepreneurship and who will have your back and know your goals and recommend things, like you may want PR, but if I know your goals are this, I might have to come back to you and say, I'd love to get you PR, but it's not going to get you to where you're going. I can still do it, but it's not going to ultimately get you to this revenue goal or this goal of what you're talking about. So I'm just talking out loud here, but I don't know. I just know that a lot of, at the end of the day, we'll truly understand your goals, and I can say that and provide these customized solutions to do it. But it also is part of if I can dig deep enough to get to their goals, because people don't usually say, I want to get home to my husband. My marriage is really shaky and whatever. I gotta dig for that stuff. So I don't know if I can measure or I'll truly understand your goals.
I don't think that's
unless,
hard though.
well, if you allow me, and I can dig and ask the right questions. Right. So I don't know. Like, what do you say? What do you two say is?
I put take care of our community by providing a service to nurture each person's self-esteem and well-being.
Yeah.
Mine actually, Bridget just taught me on it. I mean, mine's really measurable by referrals. Really, and I just feel myself so frustrated right now because I get a lot of referrals, but like each client that I've had this year, No, I mean, they say everyone knows like 4 people each year that buy or sell a home. So I'm thinking of all my clients I've had this year and all my closings. And when I think about how many referrals I've had from each one, it doesn't equal 4. So what I'm thinking is clearly I'm not doing a strategy that are making people refer me the amount that they could be. So anyway, so it just hit me. I'm like, oh my gosh. And it truly is a great strategy that I could blow it out of the water next year if I did something right to get every single one of my, even just active clients. You know? Yes. Anyway, I was just thinking about that. I don't know what I do differently because
Could be a brand promise.
that'll be something we'll talk about in our accountability group. But Bridget just like lit a fire in me just now. I'm like, this isn't happening. And I do measure it. I track it. It's just I haven't actually thought about it this way. This is like a great strategy to grow. That was mine.
Tony just hosted a housewarming.
Oh yeah, I do those.
Which I thought was genius with the
Yeah.
realtor.
Yeah.
So it's like we'll pay for it, we'll host it, bring your friends in.
Yeah.
And worked really well.
Oh, it's really great. Yeah, I did one last weekend, but yeah, that's great. Did he get referrals a lot of in that event? That's awesome. That's awesome. That's really awesome. I don't think I'm active enough for asking for it. Like I bet Tony's a lot better at those events of probably asking for it.
It's a Sandler thing. Who do you know? Who should I be talking to?
Yeah. But anyway, that was what mine was. But you both aren't very satisfied with yours.
What's yours again?
Right now, county referrals.
Yeah, but what's your strategy? Or brand promise?
Well, this isn't related all to counting referrals. I don't feel like, but give time back to my clients so they can focus on what is important to them. Business growth and their business growth, families, whatever it is.
Ended up signing with the biggest industry in the nation.
promise?
So I decided it was
Not?
probably not my best.
The only one I came up with was
Chris and I are
always take your
struggling with
calls.
understanding.
Oh, I am too, a little bit.
Chris and I
Well,
started to check out.
so that's great, but it's not, like, I promise I'm going to give time back to you.
You can't measure that. No, that's true. It's not a good brand promise.
You're going somewhere. Keep going, but it's
measurable, right?
And
I promise to give you superior client service, but I have an accounting.
Oh, by
number of referrals they send me.
Well, you can do it by that way, but literally surveys. Ask him, did I give you superior customer service? I mean, you could literally pull that. But when you say give time back, like, do I even know that time's an issue when I'm selling a home or buying one?
Well, when I just think about how much time it can take to find one or someone else, that person feels sometimes like a second job.
Right.
Trying to make it not feel that way.
I don't know. Right, but I still don't know if I would say that I'm worried about the time it's going to take.
Right.
I worry about the time, maybe how long it's going to be on the market or how long it might take to find a place, but I don't think about
Right, the time actually yourself that you're going to invest in it.
It's almost like you don't know what you don't know. Like a good mortgage lender, they just look at rates, but it's like, is he going to communicate? Is he going to do this? Is he going to do, you know what I'm saying? Or a good real estate agent. Oh, they're a dime a dozen in this town. Okay, but what are they going to do? Like, we're educating here, and so time may not be something that they consciously think, like, oh.
That's true.
Out of this time
Okay.
frame,
So, can I just say, deliver superior client service, measured through surveys, referrals, reviews. I mean, that's
Yes, you can.
Well, I said deliver exceptional service and results, and he took me to
thinking the same thing.
Yeah, just a little bit, but I'm also thinking, like, through how? Like, when I worked with you, I hired you not just because you were a friend, but because results, your expertise. I knew you'd get the job done. I knew the expertise part, you would counsel me and guide me in the right direction.
Right. Communication.
A lot of it was your expertise and results.
Of getting people growing up.
Okay. And that I saw you. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so exciting! You're coming. Good to see you.
Subbing for Kathleen Fly.
No.
I went through training together.
These are my fellow Ignite and EOers over here.
And
Dawn, not that you'll remember, Dawn, Krista, Bridget, and David. Thank you for sponsoring our group. They were able to give me my own access. We're very grateful. Right now we're trying to deliver or create our brand lead promise.
Power of attorney.
I don't even know what I'm trying to create.
Man.
Or access it.
Yeah, no. So is that like depth enough then for him? Like, is that so basically delivering your experiences?
This goes for Randy. You worked for Randy.
Peter's
Got some of the fluff.
I have a lot of challenges.
And believe me, I'm big into fluff.
What did you say?
Well, we were saying, like, I had said, deliver superior client service.
Oh, I agree.
And then Dawn had added through results and experience. Well, I was saying that I worked with her because I know she'll get results. I know you'll work hard. Yeah. You know, I had one realtor tell me, he showed me one home. I came to him, it was an open house, and he said, this is probably the best you're going to be able to do.
Right. Oh, yeah. That.
Yeah.
When I joined,
And okay, goodbye. Right. And another one just wasn't listening to me.
She was in a forum.
Just kept
Somebody came in and yelled.
showing me places that, I mean, I don't know if I would be able to live. Like, literally, like, I might not make it through the night. Like, scary neighborhoods kind of stuff. So, one of my clients posted a review today, and he said something, I'm just thinking about if I can incorporate this. He's like, work with, if you have a passion for life or something, or with a passion, Luis will show you the way, or something. I don't remember, like, compassion, like, you just said work hard, that could interchange with passion, right? Yeah, because you're passionate about what you do, but you're passionate about who you do it for. Yes, absolutely. You're passionate about results. Right.
He's not in Austin chapter. He's in White Peak.
I trusted you. If you told me that let's try it at this price and this is why, you had the experience to do it. I trusted you when you came back and said we probably need to lower it a little bit. Right. So what you're doing. You weren't quite sure.
You can show my house in
Did you ever hear this? We're just a hairstylist, mine. And she was home shopping, and there was a house she wanted to see, so while I was processing with foils in my hair, I went and showed her house. Oh, I remember that. I do remember that. I pretended I was Britney Spears. I put on my big black glasses. I was like, who else walks around with foil in their hair except for Britney Spears? Love it.
Yeah, this happened for me. Because I know
Brit-
it happened 5 years before I did.
Was that house really close?
It was really close.
It's sort of like this.
Okay.
You're like checking it on the way. You're like, hold on, let me just check it.
That's the house you bought.
Yeah. 15 or 16 people in a room. One that I want to sell. Having a facilitator who renting out pays.
She'll do great on her sale.
Yeah. It's more like them telling you.
We're just ready. We thought we would enjoy it.
There has to be a brand promise.
It's much more
Don, thank you for the questions you're asking me and what you're saying. It's really helpful. Good.
They're kind of towns on the trail. They call those like
Condos, I mean, they call them condos, but they feel more like a town.
So,
3
yeah,
stories.
I'm sure Vice Mentor
my
Twins
business
is
experience as an accountant.
Well, real estate attorney right here.
to get a sample.
Oh.
Probably doesn't know very much.
Wasn't necessarily an outsourced
Probably very pretty. Change the paradigm. We want storytellers in this world that are not, they're not necessarily pretty. They can be.
We don't have a whole lot of townhomes in Austin. Have you noticed that? Yeah. So they're, yeah. So they'll look like townhomes.
Before we take a break, what I'd like to do is ask one person from each group talk about
Central idea to my strategy.
any revelation that you've had as it relates to
This is really not easy.
what is the central idea of your business strategy and what your brand promise is that you believe that it uniquely solves the greatest need that your economic buyer has, and how are you going to measure it, whether you're measuring it today or not. So somebody want to go from here? No?
No.
I will.
Go
I'll
ahead.
do
Thank
mine.
you. Be
This
brave.
is rough draft.
Everything is rough. Yeah.
Take care of our community by providing a service to nurture each person's self-esteem and well-being. And I can measure that by retention. I have a hair salon.
So if I'm somebody that, now this is a joke, right? I'm going to come in to get my hair done. What is it that you're promising me?
A great service, to be nurtured, taken care of.
And how is that unique?
Well, I mean, you could go to Supercuts and just kind of get the 5-minute haircut in and out kind of deal. No experience behind the craft.
Right. So the central idea of your strategy is around customer experience,
right?
Customer service. Okay. I want to say.
I was just as a suggestion. Is it about you're going to love the way you look from Men's Warehouse, but the equivalent for your business?
Yeah. On your brand promise, I would suggest you get a lot more specific, and just try to get away. You want to try to get away from the generalities, right? So again, think rack space. We're going to fix it in 1 hour. Very, very specific. We're going to answer that phone with a human being in 3 rings. That's very, very specific. And we're going to transfer you in 1 transfer to the person who's going to answer your question. So in the brand promise, and again, all I'm asking for right now is, what is that lead brand promise? Get very specific and try to stay away from words that they're going to have to interpret. Is that? And the other thing I wanted to mention is that if your central idea is, whether it's customer service, operational excellence, the best, whatever it is, you need to take it to another level. You start here with the understanding of, because Tim, you now believe your central idea is what?
It's going to work, period.
The central idea of your strategy was
the central idea is operational
operational excellence. You've got to take that to another level. So you start with that, but then do what Rackspace did, right? They turned it into this whole crazy program called Fanatical Support. Do what Nordstrom's did. They turned it into something called customer care. And how many retailers are chasing Nordstrom's to try to be like Nordstrom's? So feel good about the fact that, okay, I think I know what the central idea is to my business strategy, customer service, customer experience. Take time to figure out, how do you make that unique to you? And how do you make that into a Fanatical Support, or how do you make that into a customer care like Nordstrom's? And don't stop until you get that. Because this is where strategy is complex. But if you think you've got that, continue to hone that. And because we're doing this as an exercise here, but it's really to kind of, for you to start to kind of like with the core purpose and the core values. Just take this and start to work on it little by little, in baby steps. So I would say just get a lot more specific on that.
Would you recommend using words like you were saying, like customer care or customer service?
For right now, for the central idea for your business strategy, yes. I would put down it's customer experience or customer service, customer care, but then spend time on how are you going to define that. Again, I'm repeating myself. Rackspace defined it into this crazy program called Fanatical Support. Right? But in your brand promise, stay away from words like quality. Right? Stay away from the buzzwords and get very specific. Who wants to?
I'll share. Okay. Deliver superior client care through our passion, proven results, knowledge, experience, and fearless support.
Now, how are you going to measure that?
Through referrals from our clients. I'm in residential real estate.
Okay. And if I'm somebody looking...
And surveys. We talked about that too.
If I'm somebody looking and you say those words to me, does that address my biggest need? And have you talked to me how you uniquely solve my biggest need? And I would continue to hone that. Okay. And those are the questions you want to ask of, is when you say your brand promise, you want the person to stop. If the person stops and says, tell me more, then you're onto something. Because that's what this is all about, right? I mean, we're giving a promise. It's short, but we want the person, because what it's supposed to do is, I'm the economic buyer. It's supposed to speak to me about how it's going to solve my pain, and how you're going to uniquely solve my pain. And then it's going to get me to say, help me, tell me more. Anthony, what did you come up with?
I came up with the central theme of mitigating risk for our clients.
So you're going to, from a company standpoint, you're going to focus on risk mitigation.
Correct.
As the central idea of your business strategy. Okay.
Exactly. And so the brand promise is zero disputes. And we're in construction. So project management, program management, overseeing projects from the ground up, that type of thing. So one of the biggest challenges that our clients face is the unknown, uncertainty, and the outlier of claims or disputes.
So you can measure zero disputes.
Yes.
Okay. Does zero disputes speak to me?
I would imagine if as an owner, yes.
Okay. This is also a key thing. I've had clients who were like, absolutely, I know my brand promise, and they write it down, and they go out to their clients, and their clients are like, that's interesting. No, that's not. That doesn't address what my... So one of the things here is that when you think you have what you believe is that lead brand promise, go test it in the marketplace. And the best place to test it is, do you have a good relationship with some of your clients that you can have that conversation with where they're going to tell you the truth? Because not every prospect will actually tell us what they're thinking. But you do want to go test it to make sure that it does resonate in the marketplace. So Tim, you talked about operational excellence being the central idea. What's the lead brand promise?
I just refined it. No surprises. Sorry, this is an iterative process here. No surprises, period, guaranteed, period.
No surprises?
Guaranteed.
Okay. Now, if I'm the economic buyer, does that speak to what my real issue is, that I'm willing to write a check to get out of the pain?
I think so.
Okay. And does it speak to your uniqueness?
It's definitely aspirational, but it definitely fires me up to think we can achieve it.
Okay. And do you know how you would measure it?
Probably with a survey, post-mortem.
Okay. On some kind of frequency basis to make sure that you're living up to it.
But Tim also talked about, meeting deadlines and that everything works, like that we say is going to work. So you can measure it internally too, even without, having a survey.
Yeah. And you may want to break them up, Tim, where you have a lead brand promise. Maybe one has to do with everything working. Another supporting brand promise could be meeting deadlines.
Yeah, I was thinking, if you go through and define what a surprise is, right? A surprise is schedule, is cost,
scope change,
is scope. If you go and then explain that, I can see that kind of resonating, because for me, I got to define what risk is. How is risk components associated with that?
Can your price be a surprise? Cost that you charge?
It absolutely can. Sorry?
You fail your promise. Not prior to closing.
No, we have a method to answer that very specifically. We talk about budget, and every single time we talk about budget every 2 weeks with a company. So we have a process that we've already mastered to alleviate that.
I prefer to have inspiring promise than absolute promise. The absolute promise can fail, can be broken. Like no surprises. It's really broad. It's nice if you can do it.
But is that really true? Rackspace is doing it. They say they're going to pick you up in three rings.
Yeah.
It's an absolute promise.
But they didn't say no surprises. That's a good thing. That's fine. Surprises can be good.
But hold on. I think no surprises. Which way? I'm just going by what you're saying, right? You're saying an absolute
maybe
promise
I
is
misunderstood. I thought his brand promise is no surprises.
It is.
Yeah, that's a scary promise to me.
You mean for the customer or for me?
But so is fanatical support, right?
Yeah. But it's got to, I look at this as it's got to make me want to buy his service. And if I hear a software developer, in fact, right now we're getting screwed over by software developers. I'm running over to Tim and saying, Tim, sign me up. No surprises.
You have to be different. This is all about being different in the marketplace. And if he feels strong about the fact that he wants to promise no surprises, go for it.
Yeah, you could do it
But if it becomes an integrity issue if you can't back it up,
Right. Yeah.
So it's something you could do, but what you're saying is, hey, you better be able to back
Better be able
everything
to do
up,
it, right.
or
He has,
else-
and he has to be able to
or else
measure
your
it.
reputation's going to get ruined
Yes.
because you had surprise.
What if somebody else already has that for their company?
Well, the question is, are they delivering on it
Yes.
or not? Okay. Then, is it a real, if it's a real issue for the economic buyer and somebody is already successful in the marketplace, then you probably want to think about how do you use different words to say the same thing.
Okay.
So it doesn't sound like a me too. Because if you've got a successful competitor and they're using those words and you say the same words and you're trying to get your foot in the door, you may not get in.
It just sounds like buzzwords then.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Right.
Well, and it fails in the idea of highlighting your uniqueness too.
Yeah.
Well, a pathway to no surprises.
Kevin
that
or
could,
anybody back there?
yeah, the pathway to no surprises is, exceptional communication, right? So it could be, it implies something along those lines, like if you're setting expectations, that's another pathway to that same thing.
Well, I think no surprises could be in any of our industries, but I think it's very, like you say, communication. Maybe that's for yours, but obviously it would be for mine too. But let's just say, Bridget's at a hair salon, that probably communication probably isn't as important as something else. So
Yeah, so get specific on
Yeah.
what the no surprise.
Well, yeah, in
So
that case, it's table stakes. If you're walking into a hair salon, it's table stakes. So you got communication. But for software engineering, that's not necessarily table stakes. It's actually kind of unique because a lot of, I speak as a guy who's managed a bunch of software engineers in the past. Communication's not the number one thing. That's why there's surprises. I bet you it's the basis of what you're talking about.
Absolutely. Anything from your group that you want to share? Of somebody's central idea in the lead brand
This is the best.
We decided this is a pretty easy process.
I'm sorry. You talking to the guy behind you? Go ahead.
So my company provides outsourced order fulfillment to product-based companies. So our lead brand promise is excellence delivered, and we measure that by all consumer orders that are received by 4 o'clock Eastern Time, shipping same day, maintaining over 99% inventory accuracy for the inventory pools we manage on our clients' behalfs and put on their websites and integrate to their other systems, and 100% order accuracy in pick, pack, ship.
So in terms of how you're measuring that, is that part of the message?
Well, we keep the message succinct, excellence delivered, but in terms of our daily, we really, get centralized around operational excellence, software preventing people from making mistakes and whatnot. So it's delivered in our results, but our message is pretty succinct in terms of how we deliver that.
The only thing that I want to say here, what resonated with me was how are you going to measure it? Because it felt like those two words, and I get the succinctness of that it just felt too generic, right? That too many people would say that. So the only thing I'm pushing everybody on here is to see if you can get very specific and get away from some of the general terms that people are using. I respect the succinctness. You need to have that.
Okay.
So I have a modern fusion jewelry company, and I sort of revised it from our discussions. I said bringing the world's hidden gems to you. So
I'm sorry, say that again.
Bringing the world's hidden gems to you. This is all travel inspired, and so we really push the boundaries on unique designs.
So how are you going to measure that?
So by that's the hard part. So I think usually customers will say, "I've never seen anything like this" when they come into our stores and buy repeat purchases and referral clients. So
that sounds like a good tagline. Actually, I don't know if you have a tagline, but that sounds okay. I was gonna say that sounds like a good tagline over a brand promise.
Yeah, it does sound generic. I would try to get more specific. Anybody from this group want to share?
Yeah, I'll share. So my company is a mobile platform that helps companies define their culture in a way that they can quantify, measure, and track over time whether or not their employees are bought into their culture, company culture. So my lead promise.
So,
this
the
is an
central
innovation.
idea of your business strategy is what?
The central idea of my business strategy is that we're bringing innovation to how management. Again, it goes back to the interface between management and employees.
Okay.
So the lead promise is we will keep your employees connected and engaged as you grow. And I added from 0 to 1,000 because that implies like speed and ramp up. Our core customers are growth companies from 100 to 1,000 employees. So that's our target segment. But other than that, I can get more specific.
So how are you going to measure that lead brand promise?
Through the app itself, right? Connectedness. There will be metrics around usage, user analysis, and usage that we'll track. That will probably be the primary way.
And if I'm your economic buyer and you hit me with that brand promise, am I going to say, tell me more?
Yes. Absolutely.
And does it speak to your uniqueness?
Yes. And the reason why I speak with such confidence is because we use the lean startup methodology. So I interviewed 30 customers before we got here. So we actually started somewhere totally different. We thought it was like a full survey tool, and we ended up, the primary issue that our customers face with respect to culture and engagement is the connectedness as they grow. So.
First Limited, our brand promise is
What's the central idea of your business strategy?
leak-free window and door installation.
So is that operational excellence?
No.
No.
That is innovation, system, product system, and so excellence with technical support.
Okay. So the lead brand promise then?
Best practice for window and door installation and installation.
Okay. What does define best practice?
It's a technical term. To be more specific, it's a dedicated water path, drainage path.
So if I'm the economic buyer, best practice is not a buzzword. It's actually very specific to your industry.
Well, best practice may be a buzzword, but in our industry, there's some specifics that need to be met. It needs to be defensible if challenged in court.
Okay. So,
in my opinion.
Yeah. So it may be specific enough, but it feels too generic.
It's too generic.
Yeah. Again, it's you want the promise to be very specific and very measurable.
How do I get there?
It takes time, right? So if you think that that's the lead promise, then go speak to. Do you have a relationship with some customers that will? Yeah. Right. Then I would say, hey, this is what I believe your greatest need is, your greatest pain, and here's how I uniquely solve your pain, and see what they say. Mm-hmm. That's one way of finding out.
One of the tools that we leveraged from the Rockefeller Habits was the 5 Whys. It's I think a more prominent component of lean startup, but it's embedded in the Rockefeller Habits. And so we started by asking, do you have any challenges maintaining your culture? Very basic question, and then from there, most 9 out of 10 said yes, right? Because it's hard. Then we asked why. And we just kept asking why until we got to the fundamental. That's how we backed into it. 5 Whys.
I would go talk to clients that you have.
What do I ask them?
Well, just say to them that I'm doing some work on my promise into the marketplace, and it all starts with what your greatest pain is. That you're willing to spend money to get out of the pain, and so what I believe your pain is, fill in the blank, right? And how I uniquely solve your pain is as follows. And
I already talked about that. I mean, I've been talking about customers for 10 years, and so their pain is that they have leaks when they install the doors and windows. When you use SureSeal, the pain goes away.
If you come into me, I'm your economic buyer, and you say what you said to me about the best practices, am I going to stop what I'm doing and listen to you?
What if you asked them and said,
Why did you buy? What was the compelling reason why you bought our services? On two sides, what was the key pain you had in your company of why you decided to buy us, and why did you pick me over other options?
Yeah, that's another great way.
It's going to tell you your differentiator, right? If you start hearing the same pattern across multiple folks.
What people have told me about that, there's several ways. There's sometimes our products are specified, so they don't really have a choice. I mean, they can unspecify it. It's a long process.
Sandler.
The other way, when they would have a free choice, they like the product. They like the product. They believe it will solve their problem. So just the way our product is designed, it speaks to the customer that it will work well and it will solve the problem. So that's the kind of a selling tool. This is what we have. We want to look at it. What do you think about it? It would always be a positive view. Always.
So I would then get specific. If you believe that, then I would get specific about how it is that the product is designed that is meeting Sarah's greatest need. I'm pushing you to get a lot more specific. Yeah, and this takes time. Right? Strategy is complex. Anybody from the back row want to share?
Sure. So I do health and performance coaching for entrepreneurs, and my tagline would be the best resource available to help entrepreneurs get more energy and perform better.
What does that mean?
So it means that the business is going to have more energy and more kind of peak state. You can look like
you get to look like not me, you. I like the second thing you said because you were getting more specific. Where the first thing again, it was too general. Right. The key here is, can you say something that's provocative and true? Right. You have to be able to measure it and perform. That's going to get somebody to stop and say to you something more. And more general words, and buzzwords that are out there, the less likely you are to have somebody want to hear more about it.
So I started with something, I guess, generic, and then listening to you, I came up with something different. So I started with under promise, over deliver, which I realize is too generic. And now it's treat each shipment. Oh, and we sell costumes online, so that's what we do. Treat each shipment as if the customer's life depends on it, and enable them to have one of the most memorable events in their life.
That's getting specific. So my question is, if I'm the economic buyer, so are you selling to consumers or are you selling to stores? Okay. So does that solve my greatest need? So if I'm looking for a costume, does that solve my greatest need?
People want to be the hit of the party, and they want it when they want it.
Okay. I like, something about being the hit of the party, right? You do business what you decide. I'm not good at wordsmithing. I don't have Dawn's creativity, but something about being the hit of the party and getting it when I want it.
What was your sentence that you coined? Treat every treat each shipment as if the customer's life depends on it. As if it's a hit of the party.
Oh, I honestly.
As of the life of the party.
I think you need to get rid of treat each shipment because it makes each customer feel like a shipment, not like a
personalize it to the customer.
Right. This is kind of what we think internally. Like we basically will jump over hoops to get stuff out.
So is the central idea of your strategy the experience, or is it operational excellence, the ability to deliver?
Operational excellence.
Okay. So we've run past the time for a break. I want to take a break. It's really important to take this in baby steps. This takes time, but it's absolutely critical. What we're talking about here is your marketing message out. So you're figuring out what that central idea of your business strategy is. I'm not even talking about right now turning that into one sentence and one phrase. That's an advanced course. You eventually want to get there. But once you understand what the central idea to your business strategy is, and just figure out that lead brand promise. Don't worry about the supporting brand promises. If you say something to me and I'm your economic buyer, Am I going to stop and say, tell me more? Because it has to address what my greatest need is and how you uniquely solve it, and you've got to make sure that you measure it, that you've got to be able to measure it. That's the heart of the brand promise. What I'm also going to say is that everybody's got my contact information. Feel free to get a hold of me. Because this takes time, but you want to spend time on it, and you do want to go out to the market and you want to go test it. And what is your first name? David. David had an excellent idea of ask and hear. Because sometimes you'll be surprised. What you think your brand promise is, it's not on target with what your economic buyer is. So, any questions before we take a break? All right, let's take 10 minutes and be back at, this clock would be 1 minute after 5. So when the music stops, we're going to start.
I want to know more about your business.
Are you delivering? Justin. Okay.
Have you been?
Yeah, this is his spin-off. Yeah, cool. Well, I selfishly I want to be because actually we're a UX
I could do
consulting
yours.
company. So we
I was like, I
help
have to
companies
say it before I forget it.
Forum already?
Agile. We have a
I know, I feel like we've met.
You
are probably not many years ago. Where were you before?
Oh,
it's so exciting.
obviously through the internet stuff.
Like, I'm going to France, and then
It's
they're
for
like,
her.
some of the trips.
No, but I mean, what
I was talking about the strategy and sort of what you were saying about what Crabtree is doing.
Yeah. Yeah, when you came in, I
I
there was
know,
12
I bet
and
you
65 members. Probably. I wasn't in YWA, but I attended a lot of those meetings. Are you going to be back?
It's on my schedule.
I kind of maybe there too. I it goes by fast, doesn't it?
Are you guys rolling it out?
I have a marketing firm called Launch. This is excited. I've been doing that almost 13 years.
Yeah, it's working out well.
Got all the wine ready to go for you.
I have an opportunity, and I just sort of make sure that I do this right.
So what was the initial product that you guys were developing that pivoted to be this?
Putting together spreadsheet. I took your spreadsheet.
No, I am not moderator.
From your own social media?
Britt's moderator.
Oh, he
So it looks at your contacts. You have to put people in. We're already like a micro pulse or I forget what the hell does it say.
Yeah, that would be really fun to start with I would love to talk to you about that I like that idea. Yeah.
That's one hypothesis.
I got two salespeople. One of them I know is just like the right person. And one is the right person. What started it is really sort of you'll just have to meet them and you're gonna go, oh, I so understand.
Interesting part was that you are
But it's very hard to tell somebody that they can't do it.
We're not ready for that. Although he's talking about getting into a
okay, as long as
career
you
too.
Kitty, right?
So he could have
Where's Braydell? Okay, so I live up here.
I'm not sure right in
We're going to partner with them on
So we're at Braydell and Barton Skyway, sort of. So we're
From Brandon. Happy development. Yeah, development manager.
Oh, I think you know what? We drove over there.
Oh, okay.
Sure. Gosh. See, my buddy Brandon
So you guys like kind of new.
They're sort of, they're 2000.
And
They have the big archway.
Yeah, do you know
She's the big dog. Yeah.
Let's go look.
Yes.
She's fun, yeah. She and I have been, she and my ex-husband.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be talking about. We're going to another level of our brand promise right now after this break. So, I mean, if that's not applicable. Yeah. I hear you.
Maybe it moved up, but they were renting on it as well.
Oh, sure thing.
I have a professional services agreement.
Katie and I were just talking yesterday because my mom had to replace her something. And I got her something and she's like, hey, you want to get together? I'm like, can I get mom out of the house so that we can like talk and stuff? She's fine. She's fine. She lives near where she lives in Rosedale. Yeah, so after this, I'm going to go get the house, head to the hospital, make sure she's okay.
2 clients.
Life is all good. She's going to be fine. It'll just be nice for her to spend better. Back in the bad. Second, Rob with the bad. She's like favorite one. So are you excited about going up to EO?
I'm really excited.
Good. We're excited to have you.
They're using
So our first meeting, September 3rd, is that when, are we going to have any presenters that week?
I don't know. We're going to have, seriously, what comes on the boat ride?
What does that boil? I mean, what does that boil down to in terms of
Everybody in my
kind of user story?
Like,
Well, you didn't talk in terms of.
Presented in June. And it's like the poorest side. And then this one came up and I went, you know what?
Just why I can.
I have something that I
Thank you, I appreciate that. I think right now I'm just a little overwhelmed, not just with the class, but just with other things going on in my life. And so I'm sitting in this class, I was telling Dawn, I feel like we've got like mission and vision and strategy and core values. It's like all of it is just kind of looking like one big word pattern that's blending together. And so
Are not.
I'm not focused on
does that make sense? No, I know, like outside of that class, we're still like doing that kind of stuff too. So it's like, all right, how is it different? How is it?
To a certain extent,
If you didn't get it, just email me or text me and go, hey, I didn't get it, and I'll resend it to you. And then we can talk at some other point in time. Like, so Anthony is dropping out of our phone. And I would like
Hello
Anthony
there.
to hi, I really need your help.
It's kind of my own spin on me.
And all the people who I know had been good and
Messaging's really rare. So you're having stack rank, kind of stack rank.
well, yeah, let's do. I mean, I said to Mrs.
Sometimes people start thinking about
It's just a little overwhelming.
They consider giving you feedback to say like, well, I don't like this because of that. And you're like, dude, that's not what that was. That's not the intent of that. I don't even talk. Yeah. No, yeah.
But then what?
But
Yeah,
internally,
and
you
it's still
guys
outside
know.
of this class, it's stuff that we're working on. So, it's just a lot.
Apologize to you.
For what?
Because I didn't realize I took your when I came in late the first session. That was what I told because I came in at 7.
for 13 years.
Somebody said you
So
came
it's
back
just been
and like,
little, and it's just the last couple of years that I'm starting to accelerate it and grow. And I'm like right on the cusp. That I just need to like really figure out, okay, like what is it that I want to focus
So
on.
I'll test my brain.
organically through referrals and repeat engagements. And it's like as I start to scale, I need to formalize some of this stuff.
You were in my
Were you in July?
That's right, because I got in April, but then I decided to wait till July to be here. Sorry, because I was in this.
Okay.
I was like, I don't want to do
Yeah,
It's not screwed.
yeah.
Yeah, no. It's just one of those things,
Yeah,
like,
I
I
don't know,
know
you're
it's
gonna have
important and I
to
totally get it, but I'm a little overwhelmed right now, so I'm just like, I'm gonna...
Did you stay with that group? I know that you're going to stay together, like spy about
No, Jason Crawford and Connie joined.
Like we take your stuff and then we go put it
Carter.
into real users and you watch them use it and you get the feedback in real time. By asking them, thank you for like,
He actually joined in like December.
Asking them is kind of
like I like all of it. But I just didn't I didn't connect as much as I did with Form 6 group.
Yeah, so you got to know your customer. Where's your brand promise?
Buchanan.
Oh, we're in the same forum.
Are you? Okay. Oh, all right. Yeah. All right. Because I've seen I've seen Bridget, and I hadn't paid attention to the last name. Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah. Okay. So we're in the forum. All right. Yeah. So we just joined. We're gonna go on the boat.
Okay, let's get going.
Yeah.
I'll be in September. So.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Awesome.
Nice to
Good
meet you.
MBA or just undergrad?
This really needs to be just.
Oh, good. Someone brought booze. Good. How are you doing?
All right. Well, I've been thinking about your business for 6 months now, too. So. Right. It's just different.
It's going good. That's not big. So one of these are like,
Let's get this party started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cody and all these guys, and I always get the impression they would put me towards. You don't get pressure to steer towards the RBC.
Okay. So what we're talking about, what we've been talking about is your message to the marketplace and to make it as specific as possible to make sure that you're highlighting your uniqueness and staying away from generalities and getting very specific in terms of how do you solve the real issue. Because your uniqueness is going to be what separates you from your competition, and it's going to allow you to get deals. Now, I want to go to the next level with it. This is my favorite slide of the year. This is your brand promise. This is everything that you have to have in place in order to pull it off. The systems, the processes, all the things that you do. Because the brand promise is simply a slogan. And in the homework assignment, I used a quote from Fred Smith, the former CEO of Federal Express, that said, there's two things that runs the business: the promise and the process. Right, so the promise is what you're promising out of the marketplace, and then it's below the waterline of all the things that you have to have in place in order to be able to pull it off. And you're going to get these slides, right? So you're going to get a copy of this. Now, I sent you out the article by Michael Porter. This is what he looks like. He's a professor at Harvard. In 1996, he wrote a classic piece that's even considered a classic today, where he defines strategy as the activities that you do different than your competition. Or maybe you have similar activities as your competition, but you do them differently. But he defined strategy as activities. Cole?
And this may be a dumb question, but I've really been kind of struggling with this lately. And even in our core values, I took it out. I took these words out, which was separating from your competition. And I just wonder, why is that so important? Why is it so important for you to, I mean, is that kind of an old school idea of, here's the pie, we got to go get our slice, I got to be better than you, I got to be better than this guy, I got to go beat that guy. And so I just wonder, does that still hold water today? And I know you're saying it does, but it just, something doesn't resonate with me on that level these days.
It's the uniqueness.
Yeah.
It's not better than, but it's how are you unique over the competition, and how does your uniqueness solve the real pain that your buyer has? Because your buyer has decisions to make of a lot of people that are out there.
How are you going to win deals? How are you going to stand?
Right. It's all about, right. So, yes, I believe from the companies that I ran and the readings that I continue to read, that how are you unique? Where is that uniqueness? And so I believe that this article, even though it was written back in 1996, it's still considered a classic today of those activities. What are the things the activities that you do day in and day out that are different than the competition? that allows you to have your uniqueness. Now, Southwest Airlines, what they did is there were three things. There were three activities that they did differently than their competition. One of them was one type of plane. And these activities get into trade-offs. And this is really important. I get in the beginning that you say yes to everything. I mean, we need the revenue. We want the cash. But at some point, you have to start to use the word no. Because we will not be successful if we continue to say yes to everything. And we have to have trade-offs. And a key part about the activities that are unique to you over the competition, that allow you to deliver on your central idea and allow you to deliver on your brand promise, they are trade-offs. So one type of airplane and the type that they chose meant that there is not going to be first class. It's all going to be in equal service. So part of their trade-off was, sorry, we're not going to have first class. But what this did in terms of their profitability is that they only had to train the pilots on one type of plane to fly. They only had to train the flight attendants. They only had to train the mechanics on one type of plane to fly. It gave them negotiating leverage with Boeing or whoever they bought from because they were only buying one of many types. So it all fed into their essential idea of profitability. No food at the time was controversial. But what they promised us, the low fares, lots of options, lots of flights available to choose, and the love, they trained us to like peanuts and beer. But it was controversial, but it was a trade-off. Again, you can't say yes to everything and be able to and be successful. So you have to have trade-offs. That was another trade-off. The other trade-off they had was no assigned seats. At least today, if you flew back in the 70s, there would be the person under the exit sign, and let's believe that was the jet bridge, and they just said go. And everybody kind of like, did this and just pushed. And in the beginning, people from Southwest Airlines were horrified. And they went back to Herb Keller and said, Herb, we got to stop this. People are pushing and shoving to get on the plane. And he just smiled. Because to him, they were loading the plane faster. And it fed into wheels up, getting that quick spin at the gate. But it was inconvenience. But again, they trained us that it's okay not to have assigned seats. And back then, travel agents couldn't, when they were there, they had to go separately to look at, at Southwest Airlines. So these were all trade-offs that they made. But they focused on these three activities that allow them to deliver on low fares, lots of fights, and lots of fun, and their central idea of the brand of profitability. Kia, it was in the paper. So their brand promise is style at a low cost. Now they had trade-offs too. One of their trade-offs was that there were not going to be sales reps. So when you walked into the furniture store, it was self-service. So one thing was you gotta serve yourself. There were no sales reps. Another trade-off was there's no third-party manufacturers. IKEA built the furniture themselves. So if you were looking for a brand, IKEA wasn't going to supply you a brand. And the third trade-off was we don't deliver. Right? You have to go into the warehouse. You have to pick it up. You have to take it home. Oh, by the way, if you don't have a rack, we'll sell you the rack. You can bring the rack back for a discount later on. But again, but people who wanted style at a low cost, they were willing to live with these trade-offs. CarMax. So CarMax they did similar activities differently than the competition. So when they got a used car, they didn't just refurbish it, but they refurbished it extensively so that the car was better. They didn't offer warranties. The car was not on a warranty. They gave a guarantee. It was different. A guarantee that the car is going to work is different than a warranty. And they were the first to come in to the market with that no haggle pricing. It is the best price. There is no negotiation off of this. So they were successful by taking similar activities, but by doing them differently than their competitor in the marketplace. And there is a Build Direct is a company up in Canada. They're an online company that sells to people who want to do home refurbishing themselves. So if you like to refurbish your home, you like to renovate your home, Build Direct is a company that you would go to. They are an online retailer. And now, I would push back at them with their brand promise, but they succinctly wrote them into best price, best quality, and best product expertise. But in order to get that brand promise that Build Direct delivers, oh, by the way, when you order, you have to order a minimum of a pallet. So whether you want a pallet or not, you have to order a minimum if you want the best price, the best quality, and the best product expertise out there. And oh, by the way, if you want brands, no, there are no brands. Because what they've done is they've gone to great companies that don't have the ability to spend money marketing, but they have phenomenal products. We have just never heard of them before. And what they'll do in the buying process, because everything's online, is that they'll send you the samples. And you get to see the samples. They'll put you in touch with the manufacturers, but you can't have any, they're not going to be named manufacturers, and there are no payment terms. In order to get the best price and the best quality, you have to pay up front. You have to pay the cash up front. Now, they offer a 30-day, no questions asked, money-back guarantee, where they'll actually also pay for the shipment going back. But again, there's trade-offs here. But the only way that they can deliver on their brand promise is to have some trade-offs. So what I would like you to do right now is to go back into your groups, and I don't have my, if you look at the piece of paper that's titled Core Competency, I had to give mine away. Thank you. So it's titled Core Competency, Strengths Inherent to Our Success. On the right-hand side, where it says collaborate as a team, what I want you to do is to get back into your groups, and I want you to discuss what are those trade-offs that either you've already decided to make in order to be able to deliver on your brand promise, or what are those trade-offs that you think you're going to have to make in order to deliver on your brand promise. Because those trade-offs then become the activities that are unique to you in order to deliver. So before we break into the groups to discuss that in our groups, any questions about? Go ahead.
I just kind of caught my attention what you guys talked about. How are you better than your competition versus how are you unique? And I think that makes a lot of sense rather than saying that I'm better. It's like you're self-promoting yourself. But if you're saying how you're unique, I mean, the customer can decide.
Your brand promise is supposed to be about your uniqueness and how you solve their real issue. And then the activities are those activities that are unique to you, where you've decided to make trade-offs because you can't be everything to everybody, where you've decided to make trade-offs. Right. And you know when the brand promise is correct, and you know when these activities are correct, when you find yourself saying no as much as you say yes. And there was a story, I don't think it was in the article, but the CEO, this was after Herb Kelleher left, got an email from a passenger that was really upset that the flight attendant was making fun of the security announcements. Because part of their brand promise is lots of fun. And went on and on and on in this email. And the CEO wrote back to the person who was complaining, "We're going to miss you." It was the only thing he could do. Because part of their brand promise was that you're going to have lots of fun on our flights. So you have to make trade-offs. So let's spend some time in your groups thinking about your own business, but what are some of those trade-offs that either you are consciously making today because you can't make everything for everybody, or you believe you're going to have to start to make in order to deliver on your brand promise?
So, discuss and illustrate five core competencies.
I don't know. I think even as a group, I guess talk about maybe some of the core things of what.
Training us.
Oh, now I have core values. Now we have to
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just saying because I think I'm the same because of this.
So,
trade-off.
we take our spending time.
Yeah.
Do I say as core competency that we're really good at product launches? Or do I have to say like,
Yeah,
writing the content for an email?
Make it a whole lesson. So what things we're willing to
Yeah,
say
so
no
I
to?
don't know if we start like big generic, like our competencies are marketing, PR, branding, social media, and then do I get more specific from there?
And then look at like core competencies you are giving. You're also going to kind of align with your key different. I guess they could be client facing or they could be like processes. Like if you have like exceptional processes.
Yeah. So
that could be a core competency too. Like that allows you to
so
I don't know, do something faster, better, cheaper.
I think
so a compilation of processes, systems, and
trade-off-wise,
activities.
I don't know if it's underneath
Appears simple on the surface, honed over years. Target activity and people.
the doctors we look at.
So I would say one of our core competencies is our
That's when everybody's gonna
the best practices that we bring to the table, because there's best practices that we learned, tested, trialed, modified over working with a ton of B2B tech clients over time.
Okay.
we actually
Is that, do you think that's
I don't know. On the surface, yes, but then I'm like, is he going to say it's too generic? But then it appears simple on the surface, but honed in over years.
rates. Well, okay, they're really high.
Okay.
Still there?
That's pretty
They're
unique.
still there. We keep talking. You know, so.
Clients
You can't be all things
that
all
I've
people.
compromised with. Yeah, like they're
selling a luxury
independent,
service.
They want your
So there's nothing like
Oh, we we help companies that are frustrated with their bank. They're concerned that they might have to sell part of the business.
So you're going to do anything I ask.
Growing really fast, but they can't get enough capital from the bank. And again, they don't want to go to an investor, and they're just solving a timing problem.
We have to trade off on the kind
I mean,
of
I would
customers.
need to
Like,
think about
I can't
that.
have the customer
So
that
I'm
wants
not
it for the
saying
lowest
you're not.
price.
45 or 60 days.
They don't
So we're
care about the value that we're bringing.
But I guess the
they would
question
rather go
is,
spend their
are
time
you-
searching online.
Are you limiting your growth because you're
Go
saying
for it.
yes to everything?
It's not time yet. They can get on your
I'll share 5 and y'all can tell me these are crap.
Because is there, so I'm not going to make this up.
What's that?
You're doing 10 things.
Yeah, it's too early. Yeah, it's not.
Is 7
Or they
not
just
service-oriented,
continue to
so I've
get
already
the
made
business,
those.
and then 3 of them are
Right.
preventing you from getting more clients
Right.
because you're spending your time
I'm
on
just
doing
like,
more
I
than
really
No,
think
the bank
because I've
says
had
well.
one particular brand manager call me service.
Lots.
because a lot of times what
want
you
you to know
think
that
is that
Just say that.
So earlier,
There's some
Kitty
subset
suggested
of
that I charge my client
You don't really train
some amount of money.
Okay, so I was thinking about that with relationships.
But they say, you know,
that not enough people want or take
not enough
advantage
people,
of people's
right,
time.
or it takes a significant amount of time to deliver, a significant amount of cost to
and
deliver.
Writing.
That we do not simultaneously.
You're right. They don't really need to.
yeah.
The fact that you don't have it doesn't mean that
All of
you
our
won't get it.
strategies.
Don't go there yet. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So for mine, would it be like me working with clients at a certain price point, and I should not be working at a lower price
Absolutely.
point? Would
Not
that
everyone
Yeah,
is
that
like
would be a
that.
trade-off.
Yeah. That's a good one.
So by getting the
Yes,
information, they're able to get
because
more money.
if does it take the same amount of time? Does it take the same amount of time to sell $1 million home
Right.
or a $1,000 home?
Right.
And if the answer is yes, then that would be a trade-off. That you're
Right.
not gonna. That instead, part of your activity would be
Some marketers
to focus
Getting
on
rid
that.
of
Right.
app below a certain price point. Okay, cool. Where is this falling on this form, though? We're supposed
Just
to do it.
put it in here.
Just
Yeah,
put it
just
there.
put it in.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Why is this so
Well,
hard?
I mean-
Years. I've been doing this for years. And what I'm not doing is like focusing on it really, whatever. But it's like I'm crossing over. 'Cause I'm like, well, but my core purpose was my core values with mission, and I know, but then the stuff all comes to mind. Okay, so I went high level. Core competencies: marketing, PR, social media, branding, design. So those are like that's what we do. And then in it, like marketing, it's our strategies, or PR, our relationships, our research, our knowledge and experience, stellar writing.
Which means that they have to either buy into a structure or they have
The other one's pretty good.
What do you say with give up the
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Last month said it's really low cost. It's really
We'll miss
more
you.
about
So I'll give you an example.
the
We
real
get
value
pitches
to
from another
the
PR firm because one of my colleagues is a blogger.
As if I was
They blind card you
only accessing
have
the
one
website
massive
on the site.
you're tailored. If I know that you both are bloggers and food bloggers, we will do our research. We know you don't eat meat, so we would never pitch you about a sausage. We know that you do, or your kids do, or we know that you have kids, and so we would say, hey, this is also kid-friendly, blah blah blah. So it's our tailored
They know the story of the
pitches
product.
and our knowledge of customer research of knowing both of you that gets us the results. So it's not just a mass, hey, check out our sausages, we're really good at our products.
Sure, we still have time.
I don't know. Well, what I've been saying is we promise you'll be so satisfied with the value of results that we get you that you'll wonder how you ever got along without us.
I've been having trouble with that.
Dude, I do too. I have a hot sister.
You are? But if you have chosen not to do just generic mass, like we've chosen to do tailored solutions, tailored strategies and solutions.
That's definitely not our. I mean, and that's not
not buying that one.
our core clients that we sell to when we're out doing a tasting is the guy who's looking for the story, the guy who can communicate the story to his friends.
Ah.
That's right.
So how much have you been taking?
It's all in for like
Yeah. That could be a really hard one to get over.
Right.
I just remember the red roses
So
on
okay,
the
I
pen
understand
one.
what you're saying,
They
here, but
went
I
to
guess
the
I'm not
printer.
understanding how to put it together. So when you're saying, so customer strategy solutions,
No other marketing company actually.
saying yes, that's what we do, saying no to generic. How do I? Is there any services? Like the core values, like I know that I'm gonna hire and fire by them.
The whole industry was built on putting somebody there who's going to show up on time, who's going to be a body. But for a craft brand, you need so much more than that because nobody knows your story. Why you decide.
This meeting's stressing me out.
Well, so, okay, so our mission, like that. Okay, Bridget. Yeah,
Most consistent.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing like flying spirits, but there is our evaluation process.
Oh yeah.
It only takes
So
spirits
will
that
I
you
just
want.
kind of go like put it all over?
Did you get into the airport? I'm promising you customized strategies and solutions.
So am I.
Sure, you know.
Okay.
I think so. I mean,
Okay, I'm promising you that as an entrepreneur, I'm going to help grow your business. I'm going to help you drive revenue, and I'm going to help you.
I feel like if your nail girl was in your salon where people have their hair, marketed more in there. Like,
What is your tab? Is it a gun handle?
you know what I mean? It's like I forget.
Oh,
Sure,
yeah.
she's booked, but
How do we
she
do
was
that?
in there. People that would come in, and I could be wrong. I'd be like, oh, can I have a nails so I'm happy. And then,
How's
and then people will
the
start
barbecue
fucking
place on
but
Burnett?
until then, it's really first served. I don't know. I could be wrong. So I'm always
So one of the
That's
things
good, yeah.
core values is team focused, team driven. So
saw-
I think
we saw really well all
that's
part-
somebody views this as a vendor and not as a team.
You're going
say
around
no.
to people that are having their
So
hair done.
if you're not going
That's the
to
thing, is, like, doing both
have us as
things.
part of your team, and your outsourced team, we will not work with you.
And that's really not the person that likes to have it all done all the time.
It's right by the Violet Crown area. Crown, yeah. Lamar Burnett.
Want to have a massage a little while, so
Black's barbecue.
So my core competencies should support the promise.
Yes.
Okay. But I guess the no part, do I need to have a slash, I will not do this?
Do you think they are? See, that's where you're offering two services. Like,
One is we
okay.
really
But
believe
again,
in
it's focusing. It's like
first
something
methodology.
they have to give up something.
Maybe I gotta listen for them to see and make sure, but I'm so transparent with my company and we're such an open dialogue that,
They're going to go swell for that. There are a lot of people that would love to get their nails done when they get their hair done.
Yeah. The front desk.
Okay.
Driven development. We want to structure.
But like at the front desk,
so help,
okay. Stations just hang a little note that
user-centric.
So she had one like best practices.
The trade-offs.
I had, yeah, marketing best practices, which have been honed over time and through experience.
Now,
maybe a beer talk.
those are your activities?
No, that's what,
You know within a month people's response.
I was putting that down as a core competency. I thought that's what we were talking about.
Okay, so get more specific.
We won't augment the team. We can already do what we do.
Well, so that's, I mean, I can say like email best practices, but I mean, we have best practices across like 25 different things. We're a team of 12.
So does
Between contractors.
What point would you be
catch the topic
How many I've had at a certain price point? Because that's my problem,
Core
right?
competencies. I think they live them and breathe them. If I said, what's a list of our core competencies, would they come up with an identical list across the team? No. Our sales guy would like to sell us beyond where I want to be sold.
So where is this all going?
So the whole thing about
Higher?
Yeah, we want to. We'll just, no, we won't do my. That's a better way to say
So you're going to take away.
Okay, so I guess that's where I'm stuck because we do so many different aspects of marketing. So are you going to take
every focus
It's very
Well, I would say yes, because the value that we bring to the table is we work with so many different clients, with so many audiences. We have taken our experiences across those different cliences, and it's continuously honed. So, and if you look at other agencies, they tend to be more brand-oriented agencies as opposed to lead gen, so they're not as strong on, they might say, yeah, let's send an email in here, it's good to go, but we know all that work.
And you know, it doesn't address
multiple markets. I can't repeat that the word.
Well,
Just talking about best practices across
yeah, I was trying to, so what I'd written was that we've honed it over time and through experiences with various clients.
But is it?
No, it's just because, so let's say that I sell, let's say I sell a product. I have to put in orders, like I get rid of the three that I sell.
I hear you. I'm not sure if you hear me.
And I may not
But,
hear you.
Every time they hire one, you want to deal with my oil.
Yes. Yes. From every experience that we have, that yes, it makes what the outcome of what we do for each client substantially ahead of what it would be compared to a competitor.
Every time we hire, they can take it away.
I would the collective knowledge from all of the outcomes. Yes.
So I would consider
I'm glad I'm not running away. I don't think there's any what it's we've been adding a lot.
I got
Who
stuck
are your
on
best
this.
drivers? Is there a characteristic?
We don't have drivers. I have sales.
How many times we
Because they go to the distributor and then
I just try to.
So you don't like the best practice of ordering?
Okay. I want to use. Yeah.
doing more like what Dawn said.
You're gonna go do it?
I will. Let me put it this way. I have cleared my schedule for next week.
you weren't paying attention to either one of us.
So could I say like collective marketing knowledge of what works? That's because it's been honed over time and through practical experience.
Developing bleeding edge technology.
We need to stop doing that. It's just creating more of a relationship. I enjoy it.
Okay, so brand promise, I think like service and how the blocks campaigns that make powerful results.
Definitely.
Okay, so but you like more the I'm gonna grow your company, drive revenue.
What about you?
Deals for you.
Yeah, giving away free. Oh yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, my best use of money is like.
So one of my core competencies could be provide customized, innovative, and well-balanced marketing, PR, and communication strategies.
I mean, I had that in my.
Is that unique to you? Is everybody
I asked them, what did you guys do?
I mean, the partner wants to go
Okay. So maybe take out some of the fluff, but maybe take out some of the fluff.
If you're a guy like me, if you're not a beer guy, you're gonna go in there and get your beer.
So provide and execute customized marketing, PR, and
There are 4 brands really.
communication strategies.
Yeah, is it more around the execution?
Of course. Yes. So for the most part, so we like to do both. We like to come up with the ideas and then execute to get the results.
That's something.
What I'm hoping it'll reflect.
So anyway, I have a lot of mind strategies.
Okay, strategies.
One of these, I could take it away because I don't.
Okay.
Okay.
Some later date,
Whether you know, I've spent
time.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I really didn't think that's that is an 80s and 90s. It's 70s.
Case study on Shiner Box. Shiner Box was around forever. So they did one thing that completely changed their whole game.
Yeah, that's come really fast. Okay, are we looking at 200 or 300 or 200?
I'm just kidding. Shiner said, I mean,
Oh, how many? 3. Okay, so there's one.
What are the tricks?
You just gave me some signals.
Somewhat local, but I'm just showing you that it happened. Well, I mean, but they were on local for a long time.
Yeah. I take Square.
And a lot of that is like,
Where there's a purchase order process and you have to be an approved vendor. It's your area, right? Those are the people that you're working with.
How many? That's a trade-off because it's trying to send the name saying 80 pounds and some referral stuff that doesn't matter. I know. Ask her. Ready?
as long as the answer is
That was a referral.
I don't know if I could have anything to offer.
They don't do that.
That's not my answer.
Because I've heard that 3 times now.
Okay. This one does look
I have a bladder. I don't think it's late.
I get a call
Yes. What is the meaning of life?
Starting a new business, family, 14-year-old stepson.
I'm hungry.
There you go. Done.
I'm a bit tempted.
That's a really good idea. That's really good. There you go.
Awesome. 12.
Ladies, you guys get it figured out?
I don't know if you guys
How's
have
it going
any
down there?
Well, we're just really putting the pressure on me to not work for our price point. We just counted this year out of 61 closings so far. I've had 11.
I would love to, because actually Tim would ask me to do it, and then sort of like got fell off, and I was like, thank goodness.
His really resonate with
Luxury house. Okay, 60,000 I did start.
Oh, I did see your email on mentoring.
I had 63,000 on right now, and I'm just delaying and delaying.
People have to start somewhere. Start somewhere.
Are they choosing?
Was that even in Austin?
Yeah. Go east of I-35 and a condo. Oh no.
Or is it their size?
I-35 and some condos.
Is it access to you? Is it access to you specifically, whereas in bigger
He never saw it.
But in Bizarre Voice,
But where we're going with it is, I didn't spend a lot of time on that one, but let's say 115. I think it's get to a point where you start spending. I'm saying 900.
A long time Barbara was.
So mine's
It's still their baby. It was, she was traveling so much.
But you are right.
Or you
just vague, but that is absolutely
we were just talking about
taking away.
Yeah,
I was
like
like
my brand.
getting back in like
That's my purpose and my brand promise.
Or is Austin?
My brand promise is
Can you get a house under $200,000?
I mean, the average is now 250.
Right.
Yeah. So
Challenging.
you're right. That's just going to make it.
Just friends. We've
I'm
met.
playing golf. They're not the same thing, but if you ask
Tell
them,
us what
is
did
it that you?
Yeah, what did you guys
We
get?
met
Dude,
at a Sandler business event, and I sat down.
So I only came
and
up
so
with
my
one
title
that I
is
put on paper.
So my business partnership.
But mine,
As usual.
It's written down.
That's talking.
Distributed.
And then into my business card, and a couple weeks later, I got this email
collective
that
working knowledge comes over time and through experience about what is
to help raise money for his wife who was doing a marathon in
But he
San
also said
Francisco,
tailored
and I wrote back and said, like, you want a marathon? Because I was doing the same marathon.
Tailored solution. I stole that from you.
Tailored solutions for my client. They had a great time being in Indiana. Fast forward a year, my husband, my ex-husband, needed some tips on how to be supportive after marathon.
It's not resident.
Not innately get that part.
I'm just gonna put it out there.
So we're sitting down where we're
I'm
at.
not. My head's not here.
When it was on Congress, before it like closed down.
Well, we did talk about.
I know. I
You
really
really need to join the
I really liked all of the past people for different
He was a financial
You're the
advisor,
safety
and I
net.
had people going,
What
he's not, I'm like, he's awesome, y'all really need this. Like, I bought, no, it was because
That's
they
in my
didn't like
statement
the
of work.
financial.
What is your core competency?
And this is
What
what
is
he
it
was
that you're
We
taking?
do
I
have
don't
those.
know. Yeah.
And what is it that you're taking white elephant, but based on a board game? It's really fun. Oh, yeah. And then it was just before How Do You Roll.
Hanging out.
had
No,
started.
okay.
It was still like in
Brand
of a
promise,
dream.
getting closer, don't know, but help entrepreneurs grow their companies, drive revenue, and sleep better
I
at
had like
night.
one other
I like that better because it's at least boom, boom, boom. Core competencies, you say keep it, we're trying to
I got
not
my
be generic, but get it generic, at least start somewhere. So strategize and execute customized marketing, PR, and communications campaigns.
Yeah, I would not.
Stellar and transparent communication, honest feedback, results that drive revenue, impeccable service.
The other thing I was going to say is QuickBooks Online. If you're professional,
Yeah, because like impeccable service as well.
QuickBooks Online is the way to do tracking inventory.
Yeah.
Actually, I didn't have Emma like do the whole thing.
Doing
I mean,
job
when I went back to her, like,
They have like a
He teaches
mobile
us
app.
Dharma.
That's what we have.
You can take pictures of your
Right,
receipts
they leave,
and
they
add
click
it
on
to
each
your
other.
register.
So,
That's
where I'm having a little bit of a hard time.
She is amazing.
Like, don't think about your
Every
phone number,
night.
but I'm like, but
I love her.
lined
bring this
up
into action.
and sending it
So,
out.
but
So
then
I
this
just
is
put it
it
on my
up. It's
calendar.
And that's part of
Why just using different
the different things that I offer, right? Is I'm helping people
So I can do that. You know, our foreman goes, okay guys, do we want to go to this event or do we not want to go to this event? Do we want to go to this event? Change.
I want to like ingrain it and
Yes.
not
It
keep
was a
slightly
lot of fun.
changing how I'm saying it.
Yes. Been in this freaking for 3 years. I should have this
I
done
didn't
next
like
year.
That year? No, I think it's
Okay, yeah.
well, I've done 6 or 7
7 to holiday. I think we did the Driscoll that year. Yeah, that's the first one, the Driscoll.
Well, I mean, it is, but it
I've
isn't,
done-
right? So I love like when he was saying you love the way you look, like it's an experience. Like when I go to my salon, my hairdresser, I want to relax.
It's a
And I
hard
want to feel pampered, and I want to, I don't have time necessarily to like it's got to be pampered within a certain time frame.
We did.
I don't
Barbara
want
and
to
I did an
rush
event
either.
up there, and I was like,
and then I want to
holiday
leave there
party.
feeling better about
Holiday party. I'm
myself.
like, I wouldn't do it there. It's too small.
So
it wasn't enough food.
it's a little hard thing to measure. I mean, if you actually ask somebody if you love the way you look, if they do, then maybe that's a miserable. Maybe that's your brand promise.
But my best. I like that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, better before.
And then we all went to Congress.
Better leaving than
Whatever
you
the
came
rest-
in. You know?
But my
Are you the
best
one word
party-
closed at the end of the accountability? You know, like the better one word
How do you feel now? Better?
What is it about
But with mine, and we think, with ours too, we can say certain things, but ultimately at the end of the day, in order for us to keep our doors open, we have to have like the little things he said.
My
Like,
budget wasn't large, so like
gotta have things in place for it. And
I found a great place
so
that
we
we
can
can
do
have
this stuff, but it also ties into we might have all these great things, but you have a second sales expensive. So we say results, we get results, but we want to get results that matter. Harder thing to. I haven't heard. I'm just talking in circles. That's what I've heard.
You reminded me when you were ready to hire, I might have someone you might like. Or if in one of your companies there's a place of marketing person, I might have someone you might like. They're not senior level is what you hire for.
It was hard to do.
They're not senior. She's done marketing and PR, but
This is before we
I
did
don't know. I need to get a resume. I've asked her to send us
Because I'm hiring for someone that works with 3 to 4 years experience.
Oh, you are?
I need to fill that.
She might work out.
She have tech experience?
Yes. She's been working for Herb, for Susie Sosa most recently. Susie Sosa, she just won like the most conscious entrepreneur at the Ernst & Young Entrepreneur Awards. She was awarded. This is confidential.
Oh yeah.
Herb is not doing
Oh yeah.
they're very much in a start phase. And so while Sarah is still doing projects for them, she cannot, but she's learned a ton about technology there, my understanding. I really don't know.
What is her name?
I sort of put out stuff that I wanted.
Oh, Sarah. Yeah, Sarah.
We have a
with an
service
H.
called Click Model.
For Outbound.
Exactly that.
Allow you to deliver on your
Oh, IMPARA.
But I love the fact that Mike
Exactly
planned out the entire year because I never could get it. Even like I'm the about to make for a couple of years. There's never more than 2 months ahead of time.
I should. Mine's not up to date at all. I don't know
I've
if Sarah
planned my
should be.
life 6 months out. I know when every board meeting is. If I've got a board meeting with the Alpha that's I will tell you 6 months ahead of time. It's like either I need to change this meeting or I'm gonna miss. That's it.
Another beta tester?
Oh yeah.
You got another beta tester? It's fun. Okay. Just me. All right.
I think what you.
I think it's ahead of schedule. We're just
loves
building out
her-
the
I think
credit card
she
processing
seems
engine
really
right now.
intelligent and a go-getter. I don't know if she has the experience you're looking
change it.
for or not, but I think in the right place she could be a great asset.
Prizes, Corey Bell.
She's about 30. I mean, she's young.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You are? Like her.
The year that I did chapter 3, I brought 0809. I brought in a lot of stuff that we hadn't done before. I got the chapter retreat. I made everybody go to chapter retreat. I made them have their core meeting.
Oh man, Andy.
And I brought in facilitators. It was out at what had been the crossings, which is but I had 2 facilitators come out. Now they were totally each different group for a little while. And then when they weren't meeting, then we're having members kind of give a little talk about stuff that they had done.
That's why you've been underwater.
And then we had a dinner, did like an award ceremony, like either the form that won the Form Olympics. I think I was goodbye to the outgoing board members and then an incoming. And I thought it was very probably that hasn't been carried forth in a lot of ways, but
real quick.
Yeah.
I was just looking at
I'm thinking you're right. I think Sarah is probably more effective. But I'll keep, if it doesn't work out with this one, I'll ask. Sarah might know other people too.
Really?
You know, it's trying to figure out what people
I'm sorry, Chris.
want to do. You know, for a while, when because Derek was president and I was events chair, we did pretty much through the night. We did learning, but it was mostly fun learning. I didn't do anything heavy.
As a Thursday night,
Nobody showed up with the heavy shit. I'm like, I'm not going to do so that 5 people show up at.
You know, like kind of about the.
Oh, exactly. You know, it's like, and you're sweating bullets as to whether or not you're going to have enough people. Part of what is that Ramona is a chapter.
I got 9 months to
75 members, so I had to plan a party for, it's 130. So to find a place that will hold 150 because it's spouses. Not everybody's going to go. You sort of have to play the odds of who's not going to go. Oh my God, I would get someone sitting here like had screaming matches at the
So it doesn't have to be.
because I would like quotes like we can have 100. I said I have budget for 120 people. This is all the money you gave me, as big as the room is, and then we got cut off. People couldn't get in. Blah blah. Why can't I get it? And I'm like, I mean, Italy 6 months when this party was. You could have RSVP'd.
How long do you think we Italian translator?
The Austin video.
About I think 16 days, but I'll just
Specificity.
Yeah.
Like I said,
EO's having something in Switzerland.
It was the Hotel Zaza.
And he's going to that. They're going to
That sounds like there's a
Probably Florence. I wonder when he's going to be there. Well, I know the dates he was on. I just didn't know where he was going.
That would have been Roundup in Houston.
Yeah, because Christy, I guess, has family there.
You're doing this in a friendly.
That was a part. Yeah. Yes, Doug and I were training to do a triathlon that year. We're swimming in the Hotel Zaza pool.
You are? What's wrong with you?
He did the swimming part. I nearly drowned. Somebody asked me about that today. I'm like, I'm never doing that again.
From carrying him?
From carrying him, but also labor. I think he just stopped for 30 hours down there.
Well, it wasn't. Well, no. So the first time we did Form Olympics was not when I was events chair, but we actually did like a
So what they do is a lot of
the hills, the jumper scissor.
We call it
Who
mile
was in our form
flatulence.
training?
What I call mile flatulence.
Yes, darling.
Lightest really.
He owns the Hills Fitness.
Oh yeah, I remember you presented.
Anyhow,
Yeah, he presented on the
they
parking
do a lot
lot
of it
thing.
but
Yeah.
it's the first time she did it.
So we did like we had like different routes, different activities, and then we had like a triathlon where one person and he helped a lot. Worst woman he was married to at that time. Got married again and has a little boy Jack, and Jack must now be about 3.
It's kind of like acupressure, right? Except it's just on the inside.
It's all. Client, you're a friend.
No, like Tony's just like,
Just to get some
well,
feedback
this
from
time, and I also go home to Tony. I'm like, I totally learned this technique. I'm going to show you.
we designed the first methodology model we designed these restaurants.
So I was like, I learned this new technique. I was putting on my dishwasher. I was like,
Right.
oh, remind me, I got
that training. It was you, Sanjay, John McCarthy, John Barziza. John McCarthy had I remember what your big deal was.
He is the one that also screams when he's doing it because he believes he's pulling
You were
the energy
needing
from
to
your
find
body
a present for your wife for your
His
anniversary.
next door neighbor. I'm across the street, so the one next door. She can hear us.
That's a little shit that stays in my brain. As much as it's amazing. I don't remember everything, but there's just stuff that she stays in my brain. I don't remember that part. I mean, we were talking. We were talking about getting our swimming for like a sports thing, like tennis or something.
applies pressure. And what's interesting is now I hold it for 90 seconds. It's not.
No, it was interesting.
And then it's like it finally will release.
Sanjay.
And then it's like another layer of the onion. I
Barziza.
move my hand.
Kim was in there. I think she went to training with us.
Can you tell a difference?
South African girl. I'm pretty sure.
I have to go back and read this.
I think she was in training with us. She had started because one thing that they started to do is that they now made us. They make everybody now go to training. You can't go to form.
But she shows you how everything's connected and why it's connected and what's happening. Because one thing's overcompensating for the other. It's fascinating.
That was People Day.
Oh my God. Yeah, yeah. And she really knows what she's talking about.
And I'm like,
I mean, I'm just like a bit more read through it and take care of the notes.
That's crazy. I didn't know. My neighbor did that. That was even a form of like actual love.
We only have 10 minutes left before dinner. The things we're talking about today, this takes months. I mean, it takes months to spend time with, to go out in the marketplace. It takes time to figure out what is your focus. Is your focus on customer experience, customer service? But then you've got to take that. My challenge to you is take it and make it into a rack space, or take it and make it into a Nordstrom's, or is it the operational excellence, or is it to have the best product, the best service? Is it innovation? You have to take time and think about what this is, and then take time with what you believe your message is to your prospects, but they've got to be specific, right? I'm pushing you not to leave them as generic, because a key part of strategy is your uniqueness, and you have got to figure out what your uniqueness is. If you don't know what you're unique in, your prospects are not going to know what you're unique in. But if you can truly figure out your uniqueness and differentiate yourself and be able to measure that you're delivering on that uniqueness, life is a lot better. But this takes time. It takes months to go do. So this last exercise that we were doing it's to think about. Now, it's making an assumption that you really do know what your brand promise is. And I know that some of you don't know yet, and you need to go out in the marketplace and figure that out, of what is the number one issue that your economic buyer has that you uniquely solve for them, and how do you uniquely solve it, and how do you measure that you're living up to it, because the measurement is such a key thing. And once you understand that, then you can start to think about the exercise that you're doing right now of what are those activities that you do day in and day out inside your company that allow you to deliver on that uniqueness. And I was just having a conversation with Tim, and he was talking about some things, and the thing you need to ask yourself is, are those activities that you do day in and day out, and they're natural to you because you're doing them today. And part of the difficulty here is to get them out of your head and to get them down on a piece of paper. But are those activities truly unique to you? And do they truly deliver that uniqueness of your brand promise? But again, this takes months, and that's why I'm saying, sincerely, get a hold of me as you start to work through this. And you have questions about, do you really have the right central idea to your business strategy? Do you really have the right brand promise? Are you truly able to identify the day-to-day activities that you do, and also understand what your trade-offs are? Because you cannot be everything to everybody. You've got trade-offs to go do. So I appreciate your patience for the past 3 hours. But the last message here is just go easy on yourself with this, because for some of you, this is the first time that you've heard of some of these concepts before, but this is truly at the heart of strategy. And it's absolutely important for you as a business to understand where you're unique in the marketplace.
So just a quick announcement, we've got surveys that I would like to pass out. So as we have the next session, after when you come back from grabbing your meal, fill them out, please, and then put it back in the box. I'll leave the box out there. Do not leave without filling out these surveys. This is how we're going to continuously improve the program. So I appreciate everyone's participation. So I'm going to pass these out right now. Tim?
I have one more announcement. If you did not receive communication about tonight's event or homework or materials ahead of time, please put your email address on this piece of paper. I'm going to put it out on the front there. Write that down, and we'll make sure that you're on the list for next time.
Right there. That's the plug.
Well, like just it flips back or something.
Oh, thank you.
6 months ago. Well, I got in April, but I didn't join. So I did the forum training.
Okay, so you just interview with a lot of every forum? You interviewed with 3 members? I just heard we're going to be in Italy at the same time. Do you need a translator? There's 3. I'm going to be there. I leave town Tuesday to England first, and then I'm going to be in Italy August 31st through September 11th or September 10th.
So I think it just depends on when,
September 10th.
like it's not
Lawrence, Cinque Terre, Venice, and Lucca, and whatever kind of things we feel like doing. It's me and my boyfriend and another couple. So anyway, if we're nearby, I'm your translator.
Stresa, Florence.
We went to Rob last year. I love it. That's so amazing. I've never been to Stresa.
Nice.
It's going to be awesome. Well,
Definitely be there at the same time.
When are you going to be
Yeah, so
in
there's
Florence?
What's
the unit dates? We're there early.
Second leg.
Okay.
What's the name of your custom business?
awesome.
Okay. It's going to be an awesome trip.
Hey, I didn't get one of those.
Have you been to all those places?
Oh, Halloween's coming. I've not been to Stresa.
Yeah.
I've not been to
It's going to be fantastic.
I'm sorry I left you.
Awesome.
You made me.
I did.
understood.
I said, whatever, Cole.
I
You get to have one-on-one time with her way more often than I do.
Tomorrow.
Is that right?
Yeah. Because boys have to have their
Call
hair
her
cut.
She can come to this.
Well, she does every.
So-
see, but you come every 3
I'm trying to
weeks.
help you out.
So just now, he was asking
Best,
me,
maybe
what
the
could
best
you
way to
have your
do it
business,
is go
help
to
your business grow and
but
Bridget
don't give them the
Well, I mean, how would like a, if I was looking for the best way to do it?
if that's one. The other one is Uber.
You're breaking even.
Yeah.
But it's not normal for 6 months.
Do you have?
Well, 6 months.
Is there a way of browsing business search?
Barely.
Did you get a new watch?
I did. Molly got this for me for our anniversary, 10 years.
What is swag,
Cool.
dog?
So
Beautiful.
They reopened this watch place in Detroit. They're all hand built. So cute.
When was your 10 year?
August 1st.
Oh, it's my anniversary too. I never remember anniversaries except that's an easy one. August 1, you can't forget
Which
it.
anniversary?
Oh, boyfriend.
Ah,
Just 2 years.
So are
Not 10
you,
years, but.
is your costumes like
Still.
are they
I know.
are they special in that
time.
I get a better
feel like it's
selection
a
here
long
or
time.
I get the best
But
price?
that's a beautiful gift. That's awesome.
You outie?
Or what's the deal here?
Are we not?
All right.
See you in a couple of weeks.
So, do you guys like Clarksville?
Anthony.
Well, it's one of the things we're going to do when
You
we're
can tell, right?
here.
I think people are leaving.
Okay.
I mean, I think we're pretty much on the same page. That modern
Yeah.
thing. But yes.
The reason I ask if you like Clarksville, so there's a builder I really like. He's building 2 in Clarksville right now.
Why would I use
It's on the higher end because I just noticed she said 1.8. They've advertised it to me as 1.8, but I never know. But they're going to be about a little under, I think, 3,300 square feet, temporary. One of my clients just bought one of their new homes in 78704. It's beautiful, and their service is fantastic. Because I think that's the other thing with the builder. You just never, I mean, service, yeah, they're awesome. So that's why I asked about them. But I can ask, I know a lot of different builders that build contemporary in those pockets. The only thing about Shoalwood that concerns me, what other house on Shoalwood has sold for $1 million yet? I mean, it will. Someone has to be first, but you're not sure if you want to be that person.
I don't know if I want to do that.
Because that was my only, when I looked at it, I was like, beautiful, but for that area, it's a lot of money. So anyway, but okay, is there anything I can do for you guys right now other than just start getting some, just collecting like builders that you might like in the different pockets that you, that Christy said? Okay, okay, awesome. Exciting.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, I know you wanted to buy your rental house, but you moved off of that?
Actually, you know what? It's good because we need a little more space.
Yeah. It ended up, yeah. Because you guys live, do you guys live together? Sorry, okay, that's awesome. You guys have been together a while too. 3 years already? No. God, time goes so fast. I mean, I feel like it was just yesterday that you sold your house.
She was too weird as me.
You moved into your rental. I feel like it was yesterday. Like, I mean, not yesterday. Like,
well, I'm in my second.
After I was out of surgery.
in your rental. Yeah. Time goes so fast. That's awesome.
So I'm not going to.
Dawn was just telling me about how good Christy is at what she does. It made me cringe. Anyway, but it's pretty amazing. She sounds awesome. How are you doing? Everything good? I hear
your business is just.
So that means at the end of the season, if you're a consignor, you pay for what you sold, blah, 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 and then you ship the rest back. So what that tells you is the stuff that people tried on and did not buy goes back into the central warehouse that Spirit owned, and then it comes back out to like California next year or whatever, but you don't know like who's touched the product, who tried the product on.
Oh my God, that's so spooky.
That
is so
and the
spooky.
Spirit stuff is never, it's all scary. They have some, but, you know, like limited to stores, but like they have more
several
stores.
times, but you can just
Kind of
contact
have
me,
a,
so.
like in the
I'm
Halloween.
not sure if that was ever actually sent out to me, or
You don't
maybe,
like the
Capital Systems?
My wife
Here's
does.
the one that's up on
I used to work
Amazon,
Really?
online only.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
That, I know where
Sam,
you
Goodner?
How quick can you ship? Where do you ship from? Austin? Or you
Yeah.
ship
We ship from our
Dude?
warehouse in Austin.
I,
If it's in our order system by 2
First time I
p.m.
ever got
Central
fired from a
Standard
job,
Time, it
actually,
goes
and I
out the
still
same
don't
day.
I worked there
Yes,
for about,
so people
4
pick
or
it up
5
too.
months, and
Where's it
it
picked
started
up?
out with a
Where's
division
your
called Infrastructure Solutions.
Our home
And,
office, which is Central Austin, Rosedale, 45th Street. So our warehouse is within like a mile and a half of where we basically run the operations, like the office stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of?
But yeah, but like,
How long ago was that?
I'm sorry?
How long ago was that?
2004 probably?
Okay.
Yeah, one of our vendors, he
baggies.
owns kind of like a hat company.
That's where my son is
So
going.
he goes to Burning Man every year.
Everybody's still there, like the HR girl's still
Gets
there.
ideas from looking at all the
You
people.
might, you know Emily?
Creative, etc.
She's my
That's
wife.
cool.
I haven't gone. I guess my thing that I have to get to is I used to love Halloween.
Well, Emily, I think at the time
But
was
now
a
it's just
sales
like,
rep.
oh, it's
That's
so
right,
much
she was in
work,
sales.
you know. It's like I don't have time.
Yeah,
to-
man.
I just sent.
Oh yeah,
You're all.
Lamar said hi. See if you were.
So I'm taking.
Okay.
I went to
Lamar,
Burning
okay.
Man last
Yeah.
year.
But because that was still, but Chitra was there at that time.
Normally do.
Wow, that was yeah, it was a long time.
We had a friend that
Good company.
passed away.
But anyway, thank you for your card.
Oh, sure, thanks.
I was when I googled to find the video we watched in the first session, the one that talked about the whole purpose.
If you send me, well, if you send me, I can send it to you, but it's, if you go out to Simon Sinek, and it's How Great Leaders Inspire.
How great leaders inspire.
Yeah. So if you just put in Simon,
Simon,
How
How
Great
Great
Leaders
Leaders
Inspire, you're gonna find.
Okay, that's all I need.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
We actually partner with their museum store. They carry a ton of our stuff. So last year they came out to do a show with their board and all that stuff. And so it's a really cool campus. It's really nice. Yeah.
Are you not eating? No, because I'm gonna go out for dinner afterwards.
Oh, nice. You
Yeah.
going someplace fun?
I don't really know. I'm somewhere. Yeah, I'm
Going with the honey?
Yes, yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Are you still doing the gluten-free,
Yeah,
everything free?
gluten-free.
Is it all working?
Yeah, it's great. It's really great.
And
I went to
it's
Hot
helping?
Dotty for lunch and I had my waffle burger, well, veggie burger with a gluten-free bun.
Dude, Hop Dotty. I went there for the
There's
first
a
time.
dynamic going on. Tell us because I also
Really?
I
I haven't
Yeah,
been there
I've
yet
been
because every
in
time I
Austin.
see
You've
the
never
one,
been?
no, because every time I see the one, I'm like, I have no time.
Yeah, but there's a key. You can go at like 5 p.m.
And there's no
right
line.
around 5. There's no line.
Or it's a good place to go for lunch if you want to take your staff out, maybe. I mean, a smaller group of you guys, because the tables aren't huge, but they can put them together. Like we went today at 1:15. There was no line. I mean, we waited in line for
Every time I see, I feel like there's a ginormous line. And
the one off of Anderson is definitely slower than the one on South Congress. So
Oh,
don't
yeah.
even attempt
They're
South
not fulfilling
Congress.
the brand promise. You present that.
I'm so glad you liked it. And their fries are
It's all me.
I never feel
No way, really?
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
But I do not feel deprived of Hot Dotty at all. I can't eat at Terry's anymore because I would feel deprived. They don't have a gluten-free bun, so you have to eat your veggie burger wrapped in lettuce, which, sorry, to me is not a burger because
I'll do the lettuce
still
wraps.
doing it. I like it too, but
yeah, I like
fried.
Well, and your
They are
dad's,
good.
your dad's pasta is gluten-free, or
He has gluten-free
can
pasta.
be,
Yeah,
right?
he
So
has
that's
gluten-free
really
pasta.
awesome.
So I can eat pasta.
Oh yeah? Is it like
Did you get married?
quinoa stuff too?
Yeah, they do quinoa pasta.
You eat that every day? Thank you.
No, I
Are you going
I
to
do
eat
eat
as well?
No, my girlfriend's vegan, so.
Me. So. It's your knows how I feel about like.
I mean, she'll be like she'll feel like ill for days.
Yeah, but for this will be fun. She got it first and literally sent me a calendar invite. She never does. To make sure my ass is going to attend this. She like went out of her way.
Kind of MIA. Were you on a vacation?
There's
Like in the
pictures.
first half of July.
No, but I saw like a weekend retreat with you and your husband.
Oh,
or-
we just went on. Oh, this last weekend. We went. We went on a one night overnight. It was for anniversary. Our anniversary was in July. It was kind of the first time we had the ability to do it.
Your kid was
How
allowed
many
to
years?
do one thing.
Nine. Yeah.
I'm just kidding. They're gonna be.
Would you do it all over again?
The marriage or the retreat? Yeah, I would.
Oh, you saw that?
But as I mean, we're in counseling and stuff. I married the right person. Like, I married absolutely married the right person. Marriage is freaking hard.
Yep.
But I mean, I kind of knew that going in.
Personally, I found marriage is hard.
Go sit down there.
Or because of my stuff.
Can we rate this?
Stuff I bring in.
Can we rate so where like
You know, like even though when it's funk and grouchy, whatever, it's still more about me and how I respond to it.
I think
Even though
our
it's hard
moderator
to
just heard my
handle. He's better, but
It's not easy. It goes through waves. I mean, definitely like we were at a really low point, as you guys know. And I was like, I knew we just needed to have some counseling, just to kind of get that perspective.
Yep.
And it's helped, and we're doing really good. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's good. We're still going every couple weeks, but like the last time we went, I was like, you know what, we've been going every 2 weeks. And I was like, I kind of feel like we can go for a month. You know? So next time we'll go be in a month. And he's kind of like, you guys have the tools, you know. He's like, I don't want you to be a client for life, you know. That's not what he wants. And I'm like, yeah, and I said, you know, the thing is, for us, it's more like we kind of know what the tools are, but we either forget how to use them or refuse to use them, and then we just need a reminder. Like, put your training wheels back on, I should throw it.
Is it a plumber?
Yeah, that's a long way. I think it's that every time I go up there, I'm like, wow, it's a long way up here.
It was an emergency support person.
Yeah, that was our big thing. We got everything.
Yeah.
We got everything right.
To us, it's just like in pain, it's like spikes of pain.
Yeah, that's like a lot of people say, oh yeah, you know,
Like
South
an habit,
that'd be like right close to the river.
I mean, it's like an exaggerated portrayal.
We're really
Got all kinds of tests done. My heart's fine, although they said go see a specialist. I don't know what's wrong, but they ruled out anything life-threatening.
Yeah, just
Personal lunch?
That was like the icing on the cake of like stressful things. I don't think it was stress related. I mean, potentially it could have been exacerbated by stress. I never get a lot of stress, I'll tell you that. But it was just been
that's really scary.
I had an employee, one of my store employees is leaving.
Which one?
I've had some friends that went to visit
The youngest one.
Where's she going?
To another tech company. They recruited her away. I did hire someone that is like icing on the cake who accepted on Friday. Gave her an offer and she accepted on Friday. We're hiring another person at the final interview. In a good way, we have more client projects coming in, but no ability to fill them. But yet I can't like turn them down because here I have the salesperson that gets compensated.
Right.
Based on that, I can't tell them no. You know.
Right.
More so than normal.
Ready? Let's go grab a beer.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Find office space.
Are y'all moving? Are you gonna rent out your space?
Forks?
I don't do fine.
Very overwhelmed.
I gotta go home and.
okay, so you
I've been here a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
It's
Then my wife.
It's like I feel like I mean I've been reading a song. I've literally been with my kiddos,
You all screws.
or
No, you are not my accountability group.
Or I'm working.
You're my lack of accountability.
Or you not eating?
You should just email me.
Hey, raise your hand if you're in his drinking
That's
group.
why I feel so sluggish. My iron hasn't gone up really at all. But y'all couldn't make some of these shenanigans.
Hey, where's the product samples?
If you came to my presentation last week, there were products which you were invited to. There were product samples.
I didn't get the invite.
I only bring product samples to lunch. We do more lunch and learns at your place.
Exactly.
Depends on the day.
Beer.
It's beer.
Beer.
It's just gonna let you say it, keep your hand in.
Cool. All right, guys, we are really lucky to have this panel here today to talk about their experience implementing some of these concepts. As you guys saw, this was really, really hard stuff, and I think Rob did an awesome job walking us through in a kind of a rapid hour, 3-hour pace intro. So let's give a hand to Rob for a great presentation. That was awesome. Thank you, Rob. So we have Cole, Jeff, and Carrie to share their experience building businesses, building brands, selling businesses, helping others build their businesses, and really excited to have each of you guys maybe give us a 45-second intro into your experience as it pertains to this, what you guys do in business. And then what we'll do is launch into a panel led by Rob. He's going to direct questions to you guys, but it's really going to be open for Q&A. So as you guys hear things that you're curious about, raise your hand and Rob will point you out to get your questions on the table. What's that? Cole, you want to kick off?
Yes. I'm Cole Harmson with Far West Capital. I think I know pretty much everybody in this room, so you guys know who I am. And how I've used this, I think I just kind of started off, doing what most of us as entrepreneurs do, a lot of R&D, rip off and duplicate. Kind of, that was my attempt at humor. So, boss is going to be failing. But a lot of guys in my forum had really put stuff like this together, so I really took their stuff, looked at it, asked myself some deep existential questions about, why am I doing what I'm doing, and how do I want my customers to feel, and those kind of things. And really went from a 3-person shop in 2007 to, I think we have 38 people now. And there's no way that we did that without having purpose and core values and all those things communicated on a regular basis. So I think we're all very lucky to have Rob. I learned some great stuff today, and I plan on being at these little events every single time I can. I'm really glad to be here.
My name is Jeff Carpenter. I know about half of you. I'm happy to admit I spent probably $80,000 in an MBA at the Wharton School of Business. I wasted all my money. I should just come listen to you. Because seriously, all the strategy stuff I learned there was not 1/10 as applicable to this group as what you taught us today. So thanks for that. You used to own a company called People Admin. You must see our sign up on 360. You apply for a job with Texas A&M. You do that using our software over the internet. Sold that in 2008. Started a new company in 2010 called Academic Works. Same market, colleges and universities. You apply for a scholarship with Stanford. You do that using our software over the web. So once we go through introductions, I'm happy to talk about how strategy worked for us. Now it didn't work for us.
I'm Kerry Pruitt. I actually was an accelerator, I guess, Ignite now graduate in 2011. I have 2 companies. I started a company in 2009 called Lifestar Hospitality. We do tickets and travel to major sporting events and lots of lifestyle experiences. Big events for us are World Cup, it's huge, French Open, Olympics, stuff with Derby Masters, stuff like that. And then in 2011, about the same time I joined EO, I decided to start a brewery called Guns and All. The way I would describe it is a brand that was built around values and lifestyle and just really fitting brand values to the consumer and building a product around it. Very different than the first one. A lot of these questions are how we ended up where we are now, and the questions we asked beforehand are just made sure we built it kind of backwards, if that makes sense. Stuff I didn't, basically everything I did wrong in the first company, I tried to get right away in the second company, and it seems to be working. So I'll find out hopefully this down the road, but for now it's working.
So I guess the leadoff question would be about, we spent a lot of time tonight talking about uniqueness and trying to figure that out. Could you share, with the group, what process you went through to be able to identify your uniqueness and make sure that it was resonating in the marketplace, and how you went about then measuring that you truly were delivering?
Yeah, I could start. So we failed miserably in the beginning. Tracking systems, spent about a year and a half just trying to be everything to everybody. We were calling banks, grocery stores, funeral homes, you name it. I laugh when I say funeral homes, but funeral homes was the first customer to write us a check. It was for $400, and we were damn happy to get it. But we were running out of money. We were failing quickly. So I had to fire just about everybody. Got down about 4 or 5 people. The guys, I think we have something here, but we need to find one market where we can be unique to them, and then go after it. And so we looked into several different verticals, but then stumbled into higher ed. A lucky break, because the salesperson who I just hired had sold into that, and said he'd heard from them that they might need something like this. The whole company didn't have it, so why didn't we call into it? So I said, yeah, what the hell, why not? We have nothing else to do. We don't have money. And what we found out real quick, where we thought we could be unique, is there was no other, this was in 2001, 2002, there was no other company that provided applicant tracking services that was just solely completely focusing on higher ed. There were other folks doing it, Kaleo, some other guys, you might have heard of Oracle, but no one was really just focused on that. And I think one of the reasons is, like you mentioned earlier, it's a hard trade-off. Like one of the trade-offs we made, my partner and I made, when we decided to just focus on higher ed, and I told our group over there this, is what that meant is he and I were never going to be billionaires. That's going away. If we're successful in selling to Coke and Pepsi and GE and everybody, we can sell $1 million implementations and all this other crap. Our stock might be worth $1 billion someday. Once we make that trade-off and becoming market experts just for this market, we said, hey, it's not that big. We can still be a real successful business and make a lot of money, but we're not going to be deca-millionaire or however you want to put it. We had to decide if we were okay with that. We were. And then it working out okay.
So when we actually, one of my former mates, Jeffrey Stickle, who a lot of guys, I'm sure know, he had this company going that was really focused on getting you down kind of to your one thing. Because and you talked a lot about that. What is your one focus? And we definitely had a practice and a process of doing what we did. We just didn't have it on paper, and it wasn't something that was scalable, and it wasn't. I did have a purpose statement, but it was like super long. I could read it while you guys would fall asleep. And I got down to just with Jeffrey's help, really just thinking about that one thing that our customers feel, and that thing is unleash your potential. And so when customers come to us, they have been turned away by their bank. They don't want to sell part of their company. They have something great going on. Usually, like most of us entrepreneurs, they've decided to grow, but they don't necessarily have the capital to do it. Maybe they've signed up a new big customer, and usually they've been told no. Maybe by an investor or maybe by a bank. And so they really feel like they have something. And so we came up with that tagline, and it also really resonated from a purpose perspective with what we do internally with our team as well, because we want our team to feel that way too. But it's not just some place where you come and you're going to just punch a clock here. That you need to be having something that is meaningful in your life. And so showing everyone how do you do that. That was kind of our moment of when we decided to really just have this one thing as our purpose, and focusing on that. And it made a huge difference. It continues to make a big difference in how how we address all of our constituencies, our referral sources, our lenders, our team members, and our clients. So it really kind of works. It even works from our perspective in terms of how we address our give back, our nonprofit efforts, because we align with something that lets us do that as well. So,
yeah. Did you have trade-offs that you had to face?
The trade-off that and again, I don't necessarily think that we're doing anything differently than we did when we started the company, other than maybe just articulating what that was. Because our process, we look at 10 deals, we fund one of those deals. So where some of our competitors may come in with this is the lowest cost deal that you can get. Ours is, if we can't understand you as an entrepreneur and what you want personally and how we can deliver that, we won't do business with you. Because we don't just want to put capital out there just because you have good collateral. We want to put capital out there where there's a story that's going to generate some real return, not just in monetary, but like, why are you doing what you're doing? And so, it made us look at different, it made us be very cohesive with each other as a team, because if you have, if you're looking at, we looked at 700 deals in 2013, we funded 71. And I can't personally do that, and nor can my president do that. We have to have a message from our team on why it is that we're doing what we're doing. And so that really helped us sort of codify exactly why are we here? Like, why do we all wake up in the morning? And that was, I think, a great moment, for us to be able to kind of articulate that to everybody and be able to feel the same thing.
Are you doing anything to measure whether or not you live up to your promise?
Absolutely. We call it our account management plan, and it's a written plan that is designed to go and interview our clients. We do it once a quarter, and our team doesn't get their bonus unless they've done this and put it in Salesforce and everybody can see it. But we ask some very specific questions. Are we doing what we said we would do? Is there anything that we could be doing better? And we dig into what we originally asked about and find out, are we delivering that to you? And if we're not, so it's like a net promoter. Right. We ask for referrals at that point. If they're willing to say, hey, here's a referral, from our perspective, we've done our job.
Want to talk about your process to, or what you went through to find your uniqueness?
Yeah, as I said, with the beer company, we built it a little differently. Having built the other company the way I did, it was just, my other company was profitable month one. When I started, it was less than that I look at it. It took me about 2 years in the beer company to come up with the concept, register the name to when we actually sold our first product. And when I started, or when I came up with the name and decided I wanted to get into beer, the parameters I was looking for was something we could potentially go national with, that could create a lifestyle brand out of and have a lot of fun doing. And beer just kind of fit those parameters and was something I was interested in. I did a lot of going to bars and sitting and watching people, stupid as that sounds. And I just kind of realized what I wanted to start around. And when I came up with the name, it was actually kind of a values conversation. I was sitting with some clients from my other company, where the Masters, sitting on the back porch talking politics and innovation, how American Innovation Age had kind of changed her diet, if that makes sense, with the last NASA spaceship launch, and how much that meant to me. And just somehow guys all came up, and I was like, that'd be a fun name to start a business around that really represents values from a Wild West perspective and an Innovation America perspective. So when it came down to it, I got my branding done around the values. We built out the values beforehand and really made sure that our branding represented that. And I get feedback all the time on basically how good our branding is and how that really makes people feel a certain way and buy our product. Somebody got a tattoo with our brand on it the other day. Pretty damn cool. Not something I expected the first year I thought it would happen, but I look at brands like Harley and I'm like, okay, we want to emulate somebody like them. So that was a really cool moment for me. He heard me talk about it last week, so did he, and it's just something I'm actually quite proud of, because it happened really quickly. Something else that I really wanted was, a finding a target consumer who is right for us. I drink a lot of dark beers. I drink a lot of different kinds of beers, and I would find myself going to these bars and watching people order different beers every time they order, and really settled in on my target consumer who I wanted. Our first beer came out of having a tasting party for 175 people. He was there. And we picked one beer to launch with, and it was an American style lager, which isn't very typical in today's craft scene. And I was really excited that beer won because it allowed us to do something a little different than what was happening right now. Allowed us a little product differentiation and going after actually a larger market overall. By trying to establish a flagship and one that's not really hit from a craft scene and kind of making fun of the other scene, I'm not the most liked person when I go to craft brewers guild meetings. There are a lot of people in the industry that don't like us and don't like what we're doing, and they don't really like us because we're selling more product than they are, if that makes sense. Basically, we came in and executed on our goal and didn't really get upset when people talk shit about us, if that makes sense. You know, we have a lot of people, like if you can go on, there's a beer version of Yelp. We have about a little over 3 for 3 out of 5-star rating. You know, that's, Buttermilk Records are probably about 2.5 on there, but a lot of really good craft stuff's at like, 3, 7, 5 and up. And I told my team that if a person goes and rates beers on that app, that's probably not my target consumer. And if they're selling beers to bars that's what's happening, they're probably not selling to our target accounts. So we just really honed in on who our target consumer is and our target account and really try to ignore the rest. My biggest issue with a salesperson perspective is their friends drink a lot of craft beer and they'll get some shit about it sometimes. And really just reminding them to stay focused and that we have our goals for a reason and that as long as we hit our goals, they're going to be taken care of, their families are going to be taken care of, and we can all be happy, if that makes sense.
So it sounds like along the way you had to make decisions on things that you were not going to be doing.
Yeah, we focus on bars for the most part, have anywhere from 1 to 15 tap handles. Those are my ideal bars because our branding can make a difference. If you see our tap handle, it looks like an oil tower. So in a bar like that, generally somebody can see my tap handle, they generally ask about it, and they'll generally get a sample. And if they like a lager style beer or something that's drinkable, they'll generally order my beer and order multiple at a time, which is better for a bar. If we go to bars with more tap handles than that, we are in some, and some we don't put ourselves in, our distributor will sell into it. But it's hard to differentiate yourself from a product standpoint. It's just from a branding standpoint. We can't do anything different to stand out, and they're used to other alcohol companies coming and spending a lot of money in those accounts. I tell my team to ignore them for the most part, which is it's frustrating when you get that phone call. I'll get a call from Jeff, and he'll be like, "Hey, why aren't you in this account anymore?" Well, we decided it wasn't worth the spend required to keep the maintenance, but I know we make $35 a keg, and after a while, it's just not always worth it for us to be in there, and for me to put my people on that when we can be working on other things that hit our values better.
Anybody have any questions for the group? Cole?
We used to do Net Promoter Score quarterly, and that was just the one question, and for follow-up comments. We heard from our clients that was too often, and they asked us to do it less frequently, so we do it semi-annually, or twice a year now. Why quarterly is the rhythm for that? How intense of a time process is that, and have you considered different time spans?
We call it a proactive call, and so hopefully it's not perceived from our client's standpoint as a hey, how are we doing? Is everything okay? It's not a check the box conversation. We're training our people to, hey, it needs to be reported during the quarter, but this should be a normal conversation that you're having with your client on an ongoing basis. How are we doing? How's it, as challenges come up, and we communicate with our clients constantly anyway. And so it's something where you're not necessarily, we give them the framework. These are the things that we definitely need to be asking about and finding out. And if you're not finding out, it doesn't. So it is a check the box from our perspective, but from our client's perspective, hopefully they don't. It's something they hopefully enjoy talking about, because as we all know, right, all entrepreneurs love to talk about their business, right? And so it's you got that new contract, how's that going, or so just kind of those kind of things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, is that the regular account manager who has that call, or a supervisor?
Is the regular account manager who has that call.
And is it kind of sort of scheduled, or does it just kind of come up in that time period?
That's a good question. It has been scheduled. But what we're running up into is a great problem, right? We're busy, we have lots of clients, and we're booking new deals all the time. And so they were cramming them all into the quarter at the end, because that's when they get their bonus. So, what we said was don't schedule 2 a week, right, with your clients, and just kind of just drip them throughout the quarter.
And will the clients bring on sort of, if there's like, say 1, 2, 3 levels of hierarchy, like a day-to-day contact, and then somebody above that, and then like, the chief executive or whatnot, will everybody come on the call, or is it just the day-to-day contact?
It's normally the day-to-day contact, although the person who created the relationship also has a responsibility to reach out and kind of continue to maintain that relationship and basically ask those same kind of questions. So they're touching the client as well.
How often for them?
Biannual.
So one of the things that we talked about, brand promise, developing that, how did you guys, or what was your brand promise, or what is your brand promise, and what is the catalytic mechanism that you've communicated externally to your clients to the extent that you don't live up to that brand promise? And if you haven't developed one, then what have you developed to this date, or what are the steps you're looking to do to develop that?
Does everybody know what a catalytic mechanism is? Anthony, you want to explain that?
Sure. Explain to the people you're asking to say what ours is.
You go first.
Well, can we break it up? Can we first start with the brand promise?
Sure, yeah.
Let's break it up.
Yeah,
first.
let's break that up first, and then we'll go into
The brand promise, I thought I knew what it was, thanks to Rob, especially his hammering of Michko for using the term best practices. I edited it a little bit, but I wrote it down. And so our brand promise is, because of our market dominance and focus, you will always know what your peers are doing. In our market, that is huge. Higher ed. They're not in competition with each other. We don't sell to Coke and Pepsi. We sell to Texas A&M and Texas Tech. They all administer scholarships. They all need more students. They all need more donors. They all have to deal with reams of paperwork that have to be done in the right way. And none of them really know how to do it. So the way they grow is by learning from their peers, and we facilitate that. We take the best practices, we put those in our software, and then we share them with everyone. That is a huge deal. And there's some real trade-offs to that. So when you call our office, you're going to talk to somebody who knows your market, who knows what your problems are. That means I can't hire a $40,000 a year customer service rep. I have to hire a $60,000 a year relationship manager. It means I can't not go to every single trade show related to this. Whether there's prospects there or not, we have to be there because we are the thought leaders and we facilitate the sharing of all this information. So those are real trade-offs, but it's worth it for us in our market. And the way we hold ourselves accountable to that is, we do surveys as well. Another thing we do is we have a set of best practices that we share, and then we track which of these best practices did our customers adopt. So the type of best practices that will keep our customers coming back to us, will help them be more efficient, and will help them brag about us. So that's one of our ways. I don't know if that's a catalytic mechanism, but that's one of the things we do to track that we're holding true to our brand promise.
All right.
Ours is, we promise to earn our clients' trust by solving their biggest business challenge with no surprises. So that's our brand promise.
No surprises.
Throw in that with no surprises.
I promise it was on. I got it written down.
And that's measurable.
It is measurable.
Yeah.
So I don't know the other.
Well, we'll let Carrie answer that.
Okay.
Do I get to skip the brand promise?
And if you don't have a brand promise, that's fine. But are you in the process of developing that?
Give it to you. Terry sent me a great one actually during this. I just haven't find it, but it was really a good one. Brand promise: if you drink enough, you'll get drunk.
How do you measure that?
I was thinking about trademarking and going to market with it. I'm not so sure the federal alcohol bureau would.
Yeah. Probably not.
No, I mean, our brand promise is definitely more around lifestyle. I haven't really figured it out from a work perspective. I mean, you know, the slogan we use is beer for the bowl, and really just try to further our values and sell our values, because at the end of the day, I can't control my consumer. I don't sell to my consumer directly. I sell to beer distributors. So I can't be like, if you don't like it, we'll take it back, because I don't control that. So you know, it's kind of a hard one for me to work out mentally, because I mean, we have brand promises to distributors. You know, we tell them that if they have beer that expires, we'll buy it back from them, but we haven't even come close. What was the next part?
So the next part, I'm actually jumping ahead, and I forgot about that. It's only because the slide said catalytic mechanism. And I'm surprised I remember that, because I usually think catalytic converter as well. So a catalytic mechanism is, what are you willing to give up to the extent that you don't live up to that brand promise to the client? So is it free service? Is it, you know, your next, you know, keg free or something like that? I mean, what pain point will you internally incur and your team incur as a result of not living to that brand promise? And do you communicate that to your clients?
This will probably not be very helpful, but we don't do anything.
That's helpful.
The reason is, one of the great things about a strategy is just about any strategy will work if your competition is terrible. Our competitors are terrible. They don't focus on this market. They just suck. They don't. They were there when we started this company in 2011. We now have 300 customers. 25% of them we've taken from them. So they both have 20 to 30 customers. So there's really not much that we have to do. Now, where it hurts us, here's the real answer to that question is, we have 5 salespeople, and they're great. But really, they will tell you this as well, they could be the best salespeople in the world, but it doesn't matter if our customers are not being referenceable customers. That's how we get all of our deals. Not because we've got Zig Ziglar and they're calling on Texas Tech. Because Texas Tech, including Zig leads, calls up Texas A&M and goes, do these guys say what they're going to do? They really share best practices. Are they going to jack my price up and screw with my budget? And the answer always has to be in the positive for us. So that's what it is for us. It's the fear that our customers are not going to be big, raving, glowing, rural-based fans.
I don't know if this is part of it as much, but can you tell us a little bit about your best practices, how you find out, and give us an example of what is that?
You mean for the process of administering scholarships?
Well, you kind of mentioned you sort of like learn what the best practices are in whatever, you know.
How do we learn it?
But you learn and then you share. I mean, is that like you're educating your customer on how to do things?
Yeah. Through our regular day-to-day interaction with our customer service? That's a great question, because we do it in every point, in every touch point in our organization. We do it on the sales side. We don't have people coming in and hard sell. Let me say, here's how our 10 best customers do to deal with that issue you're dealing with. Help them with that. You know, one thing we don't even have a consulting services. We don't have a services arm. We might do that someday. But for us, we'd rather than buy the product. Right, maybe we'll do services when someone comes in and buys us and use up revenue or something. That's what happened to people admin. I think I told you, just for easy money. But that's not the way we're operating right now. So from our developers to our salespeople to our customer service folks, to everyone except for the chairman. The chairman's the only one that doesn't really know anything that's going on. That's me. But everybody else is able to speak very intelligently. And we have a client conference. I think we're going to have 2 a year, where all the clients come into Austin and party and have all these, you know, little meetings and stuff and talk about our strategy. It's just ingrained in everyone in the company that we've got to know our shit.
So the best practices, do you figure out what best practices are? Let's
What's
say
that term you used earlier? Rip off and
R&D.
R&D.
R&D. So did you create these best practices, or some of them, or you just kind of find out what other people are doing and bring it in?
Remember when I told you how I failed earlier so hard? The reason I failed is because I didn't validate our market up front. I just assumed that funeral homes and banks and grocery stores were going to want what we do. And that was a huge failure. So when we focused on higher ed, we took that hard lesson and put in the hard work of validating that market. What do you guys want out of an applicant tracking system? How is that different than how Coke and Pepsi hires? What about their product works and does not work for you? How would you change it? And we took all that feedback up front and built our, I guess, what's now called MVP, but back then we just called Please Buy It, and released it to the market, and it was successful because they got it. They saw we were just focused on higher ed, application based, not resumes, all that boring shit. So we learned that, and that's how we developed all our best practices for academic works, is just by talking to customers. We sure as heck don't know.
So you develop best practices. I mean, that's the thing. You develop those best practices somehow.
Yes.
Let's make sure we get the answer to the catalytic mechanism. No, thanks, Jeff. I appreciate that. I know Cole is anxious to answer.
So we have a saying that we follow, and it's written down, and we talk about it all the time, and it's 100% happy clients and 100% clean deals. And that's from a perspective of the outcome that we want to see with our clients. That's it. So when something comes up, it's not that. We have what we call, and I stole it from EO again, rip off and do the experience meeting, and we have that once a week. And it's meant for people to kind of share. It's time to kind of talk about, hey, what went right, what went wrong. Don't complain if you don't have a resource. This is the time to kind of talk about the stuff you need. To answer your question, our clients are kind of captive once they are with us, right? And so, because once you are funding with someone and you're using that, it's like a mortgage. You can't go, I'm going to go switch my mortgage this week, right? So you're kind of with us. But that still doesn't mean that we shouldn't deliver that excellence. And there's been plenty of times when and I always say if something goes wrong, because I'm the same way about answering the phones, I go nuts. That's a good idea, though, having it ring to me. If someone gets a machine when they call, I hate that. And so, our deal is a lot of our account managers can say, all of them can say yes, but none of them can turn down, they can't say no to a customer unless they get somebody else to come with them. So we try to put things in place to avoid having, somebody who's kind of rogue out there, doing something that we don't know about. And that's worked really well. But there have been those instances where maybe I'm talking to a customer, he's like, hey, we got billed for interest last month, and it was, like she just billed me for like 3 extra days and one of our account managers actually told the customer this, and it mortified me, but she said, yeah, it just kind of made it easier for us that way. I'm like, yeah, like we made like an extra $400, and I understand it was, made it easier, but our customer was like, he wasn't, he was saying, I was doing one of those proactive calls, to find out how we're doing it. Everything's great, however. And so, we of course gave him his $400 back, but what I said to the account manager is, you can't just say, never go to a customer and just say, oh, I'm really sorry that I messed that up, right? You have to make it right. And so it's if you took $400, you take and give them the $400, and then you send them a $250 gift card to their favorite place because you wasted their time. And so, those kind of things go a long way, and we give everyone freedom to say, hey, if you see something like that, you have complete authority to just go take them to a Cowboys game, go spend time with them, and giving people the ability to do that. So I don't know if that was a catalytic response. But.
It was a great converted response.
Thank you.
I don't remember what catalytic response means, but I'm going to make up an answer. So a lot of people hear me talking about selling so I'm selling to consumers. When it comes to brand promises, like I said, we can distribute, or we can deal a lot more with distributors for those. Our biggest one on a day-to-day basis is if your beer goes bad, we'll buy it back from you. And a lot of them still don't like to keep inventory, which kills me, but we work through it. But a lot of the promises that we make up front that we really keep, or we have a very focused launch strategy for new market. I was talking to Glazers right before I got here about launching West Texas next month. And this time it was a lot easier to walk them through it and tell them what you're going to do and have them just kind of accept it because they called my beer distributor here and asked if we were legit this week. Made it a lot easier for me. You know, we tell them, okay, we're going to launch, we're going to take 50 tap handles. I'm going to hire a sales guy in your market. I'm going to throw a party that at least 500 people are at. And then we're going to give HEBs the specs, everything bottles. But we're going to do everything on a focus level where we can deal with one level of your sales team at a time and bring different people in and kind of smooth things over and make people understand what our brand's about and our values. And then after all that's done, we'll open the market up. So we're still working through, we launched Houston 2 months ago, and we're still working through our strategy. And I knew that our brand promises were being enacted on the guy who, we had our first Houston craft brand manager in Houston for Silver Eagle, the biggest mud distributor in the nation. And he came up to me afterwards and he's like, the first day, like I said, he looked like he didn't believe me and that we were going to actually do what we said we were going to do. And he, during our launch party, there were 500 people in the bar, and he went, how'd you figure this all out? I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, you knew nothing about beer, you told me, and you figured it out. You seem to have figured out how to grow this. I don't know. I don't know anything. I just call people and ask the right questions when it's time. So, you know, it's just, to me, I mean, we really, every time we promise something, I make sure it's delivered upon. Obviously, unless we find out it's illegal, which can be the case in alcohol, cats and stuff. So we tell them, hey, we're not allowed to do that. I mean, because we can't donate beer a certain way to consumers and stuff like that. So, you know, for the most part, we really deliver on everything we say we're going to do. And if we can't, for that reason, I sit people down and I walk them through another way we can really reach a similar goal and go above and beyond for that catalytic something.
I think from what I heard you say, the catalytic mechanism would be, you know, if the product goes bad, you would take it back and refund it.
I should shut up 5 minutes ago.
Well, no, the first 5 seconds you said exactly right, and then the rest kind of fell into the how you support that and the culture. I mean, that's kind of why I see that. So.
We'll remember the question last time.
Sorry. Oh, did she leave?
Yeah, she said something about you. And
Yes.
She had to go.
Okay.
Does anybody have any other questions?
I got one more. Cole, you mentioned you did a proactive call. How often do you guys call in on how many key or other accounts? How often do you call on how many key accounts? Like, do you say, hey, I'm going to call my top 10 clients once a year?
No, that's all. We call all of the clients quarterly.
You personally.
Oh, me personally? No, I don't do any of them hardly.
You call none of them?
I call none of them. No. The one that I was talking about is one of our clients he's in our business, and so we loan money to another finance company, and so I kind of mentor him, and so that's kind of how I figured that out. And that was a real hard thing for me to because I usually was the sales guy and the portfolio manager and the underwriter and the et cetera, et cetera. So, but over time, scaling the organization, I had to kind of let go of those things. It's hard for me to do because I want to call. But from my perspective, it's like it's not that I don't have customer contact because I still do, but not in that sense of getting in Salesforce and reporting on the details of the management.
So far, guys, we've talked about core values, core purpose, and then a lot of strategy today. And I wonder, to what extent did you guys pull in your teams and your employees to help you solve these issues versus kind of going off, and doing it yourself and bringing it back to the team and saying, this is the gospel truth, this is what we're going to do?
That's a good question.
That is a good question. The process that I followed was I went and gave it my best effort. Right? I said, here's the framework, and here's the thought process that I follow, and I think this is reflective of actually like what we do in our business. We're just taking and putting it on paper. So I got with my management team and just said, hey, here's my thoughts. How should we tweak this before we start rolling this out to everybody? Looking back, I probably would have done it a little different. I probably would have gone and said, let's do this together, and let's create this together, because there's more ownership that way. And I think I think today, and the practice that we use to basically make it come alive, make the core values come alive, is we do nominations, we do core value awards every quarter, and we have each other basically tell on each other for stuff that is in alignment with our core values. And so that's made it kind of come alive, and people have put their own spin on it that way. But I would have done it different if I could take over.
I just told them what to do. And I have a hard time getting them bought in. My guys are all anti-MBA, it's not for me. People admin, I didn't really learn a lot of this stuff. It was too late. At academic, and through EO, I've learned a lot of it. I've been at academic, but I've just got, it's a different kind of management team setup now. And, honestly and confidentially speaking, I think that's okay for us. We have a goal to get to 8 to 10 million in revenue, half that EBITDA, a big salary, all that kind of stuff, and then they just sell it for you. If we're going to try to be bigger than that, 15, 20, 40 areas we got to at people admin, we would have to change. That's not what anybody wants to do. So we're okay. As long as we keep doing that core thing of being
best practice.
Best practice. Thank you, Misha. Not to get a better term for it. So Rob didn't chew me out. Best practice experts, then we can get 10 million. It's fine.
And when I started my travel company, I built all of that myself. Built the operational procedures and structures and everything, and as a result, had a lot of trouble getting buy-in. So a lot of it didn't really make sense, and it wasn't the most efficient way of doing things. Our values were just stuff I cared about, and I didn't really hire based on that. And that's part of the reason I've done it so differently this time. We had a lot of our core values and stuff written out in this Christmas time frame. I made my COO, who's been here for 38 years, and I thought I was the one that sold him on the concept and brought him in later and had a buy-in on what we were trying to do. But I sat down with him, we did an offsite, and just basically went through one day, just basically a one-year sheet that has values, mission statement, basically core internal statement, which is different than external statement to some extent, what you want your team to be pushing, if that makes sense. And SWOT analysis and other stuff like that. It really, really helped to get him thought into the next level, to sit him down and really make him feel that he was a part of it. Some of the stuff I really tried to sway to a certain way, but a lot of it I left very open, and some of it, I reflected on 3-6 months later. I sent him an email 2 weeks ago about one of the things that was on there. It said, I don't really think this really aligns with what we're trying to do. I don't think it's a great sales tool for our internal team. It doesn't really, help get us to our goals. We should be fixing this. This year we kept it fairly internal between him and I. If I had to go back to Christmas, I'd do it again, and I would sit down my whole team the next week or the week after and really start sharing all of that information and just really make them feel like they were part of it and part of the process. I'm going to bring in some key employees who we do a lot of the same stuff and review it, but I believe it's important to review every year, see what's changed, because we are fluid growing companies, and sometimes the dog you're chasing after changes just a little bit, and it can change in value. So I do believe it's important for us to sit down and do so on a yearly basis, reflect on these, and then review every quarter how you're doing against your goals, and how you're doing if you're really following your core values. If that makes sense.
Any other questions?
I went to an incredible presentation this morning by the author of Smart Tribes. This woman blew my mind, Christine Comafor, and she talked about this the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and she made special emphasis on the 3 middle tiers: safety, belonging, and then mattering. Safety, belonging, mattering. And she talked a lot about how if you're not checking one of those critical boxes for an employee who has a preference over one or the other, like we all have a primary need, if it's safety or to feel belonging or to feel like mattering, we have a primary driver, all of us. And just hearing you guys talk about that, I thought about taking the notes from this evening's presentation and a month ago or whatever, and just kind of sharing it in rough form with my whole team. And it would be like a bomb would go off in my conference room if I just share this stuff in rough draft form. And I guess I wanted to get some feedback from the rest of you guys. I think a lot of my folks would be really afraid to just hear me kind of just whiteboard this stuff. But I'm excited and totally engaged. I think I've got a picture that kind of makes sense. They would be petrified and like I threw a bomb. And I just wonder, am I an outlier or can anyone else relate to that?
So I guess one question I'd have for you is, are you doing it consistently? So since I've started the company, you were talking about a collaborative culture and other things. That's one of our core values, and every month we talk about this stuff, right? Every month. They know how much money's in the bank account. They know how much we have on our credit line. They know everybody's salaries. Right, we're up to 18 people, and we still share it, every month, and we've been doing it for a couple of years. So yes, when we hire somebody new and they get that level of transparency, there is a moment of freak out, right? Because they're like, "Oh my gracious, we lost $30,000 last month." It's like, yeah, it'll be okay, right? We made money the month before, right? You've got to kind of talk people off the ledge because they're not used to being in that know. And so, yeah, if you haven't had these discussions, and all of a sudden it's like, boom, you know what, I don't even, I'm not really sure where, it's like, hey, I've had this confidence, but I'm not really sure where we're headed. Where do you guys think we should head? Today.
Oh my gracious.
Today there's a thread going around where we're in email where we're talking about what is our BHAG, right? And and I haven't really explained the concept, but there's people are adding ideas, right? Because that's just part of it.
What's your business though?
We are we coach and train at software teams, so on how to build products. So deliver double value half the time is what we're focused on helping companies.
So the reason I was asking is that I think about your team, and I think they're probably more, if I'm correct, C on the DISC profile. And so from my experience, I'm very transparent in my team. Like they know how much is in the bank account and that kind of, like we go through it and we go through it consistently. And I think that's really solid advice because that helps. But I have had 2 experiences. One where I had a C personality and it scared like when I was first starting, like she just hightailed it over to Cap One and it's there and it's a steady paycheck and it's, she did not want to hear we're up and down and whatever, could not handle it. And with Annie was a C in our office and she's so great at everything, but I would have these conversations, she'd have buy-in and go through it, but then it's panic. And so I had to be very intentional with my words, and then I had to follow up and have several conversations with her. It was sometimes one-on-one of, okay, we do have money in the bank, we're not in debt, like all these great things that are going on just to reassure her. So knowing that your team, I think any team is possible in this profile, but knowing how your team is and mainly C's, I think the consistency and also reassurance and delivery is going to be key, so they don't freak out.
I think part of it is there's personality. I think it's also a core value aspect of. So yes, one of our luxuries is everybody is senior, right? So everybody, it's not. This isn't their first job. It isn't their second job. It's not their probably 4th or 5th job, right? And they all wanted to be a part of building a company, right? So they're in, for the most part, they're interested in some of those aspects, and so that would be very different if we had different levels of experience and skill set.
I think a lot of people have done this, not like most of my team members work for corporate at some point or something like that. And I think a lot of them probably went through a similar exercise where they were asked this in a corporate setting and it seemed very false. And you always end up with the same buzzwords. And I think the key is really keeping it a more authentic conversation. You know, with really start with why, you know, try to figure out, you know, what you're trying to achieve and help them understand how they fit in and, you know, how they can help achieve, and then just go, okay, well, this is sort of where I would like us to achieve. What about you guys? You know, and just kind of, you know, lead and make it a more comfortable, more authentic setting. Is kind of what I found is just really getting rid of a lot of corporate BS buzzwords that just, you know, really scare people to think, okay, this is just another Gilbert-like meeting.
Well, and you're probably one of the most authentic people I know, and I think people come to work at your company for it's you and your vision, and you're already selling something to begin with. You're just opening it with Mona a little bit more to let them see. So, thanks, guys.
You guys are having these discussions with your high level people, and you're being very transparent, and I think that's all very important. How do you, and this is maybe for you guys too, because you guys are kind of up there now with your companies, how do you subside your fear that they're going to take all your best practices and just go start their own company, doing everything that you've taught them how to do, all the mentorship and all the transparency, and this is how I put this money in the bank, and this is how we spend this, and this is the process we use. I mean,
one part of transparency is showing them how freaking hard it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I say good luck to them. Good luck.
Yeah.
You're going to start at a marketing firm. Have at it.
But I think there's also a reality. I mean, for me, I'm like, yeah, I hope some of these guys go start their own company someday. I hope that's success for me.
That's why they sign non-competes when they start.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not exactly competing with what we do, but I hope they go learn from what we're doing and go start something else.
Yeah. I think in the days they're behind when they're starting. You know, just you've got to lead on it. If they're going to get started, they're well behind. So even if they're coming and competing in their own space, for the most part, you know, they're pitching the feet are behind. Doug Odell from Odell Brewing Company, I think he's saying how your best was here.